just wanted to bring you guys up to speed with the developments. Right now, the Ministry of Health is clandestinely and unlawfully pushing the SHIF and the Social Health Authority thing. Parliament was given 120 days to conduct public participation as of 12th July. Parliament hasn't done that. So you guys do not register for SHIF. The Social Health Insurance Fund that establishes the Social Health Authority is currently suspended and unconstitutional. So don't register, okay? So you guys have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much, Charlo. So you say we should not register, and they're saying NHIF is suspended as of November, of September. So where are people going to be getting their insurance from?
What the government is doing is something that is very unlawful and can be challenged in court. They are trying to leave you guys in a desperate, destitute situation where you'll have no choice. You are being coerced, you are being forced. There's undue influence. And I believe Adani is involved with the SHIF initiative. Adani is involved, and that's why they are pushing it before October, before the end of October. They want all the deals sealed. But don't register. You won't even have the means to recover your money once you register for SHIF. Okay? You'll just lose your money. You already lost your money in NHIF. What are you fearing?
All right, thank you for that heads up. Leo ni kama mnanilazimisha kwenda overtime. Nimewanote. Who authorized this? Who authorized this one? Sababu sikupata barua kutoka kwa HR. DK, did you get a letter? Wakisema leo tutaenda extra time. Ama hata DK pia ameenda lunch. My God. When it rains it pours wena.
Hata nitoke kwa kelele kidogo tu.
Nilijua tu. Masaa ya sisi mabache la kwenda kupika pia inafika. Acha tuweke kitu hapo.
This is the home run with PP.
Thank you so much for tuning in to Home Run with PP, ladies and gentlemen. I see OG Robert has just joined us here. We had a couple of other speakers on here. I'm waiting to hear from Professor Kivutha Kibwana if you have a chance to come back to the mic for 1 minute. I see Ogugu, talk to us. Then Real Joe.
Okay, just a question to Prof. Very simple and short question. Okay, recently I was watching news and I saw there's this country, Mexico, had the same problems that we are having in Kenya. A case where the state has captured the judiciary. We've seen in Kenya cases where corrupt people are set free, are given bond that is not equivalent to the money they stole from the public. So the people of Mexico decided that henceforth they want to vote in all the judges and magistrates. I don't know. I want to just get a response from Prof. whether that can be applicable to Kenya, because in Mexico a law was passed. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? That henceforth, I think that's from next year. It's the people who are going to vote in the judges, just the same way that we vote in politicians. The people of Mexico want to vote in their judges and magistrates. I don't know, can that be a solution to Kenya? So Prof, that's my question to you. Please, if you can come back to the mic.
All right, Prof. I think Prof is on the mic. Sijui kama anaweza nisikia, Prof. All right, well, we are trying to connect to Professor. Let's hear from Marabu's talks as well.
Yeah, I wanted to just jump in with one question so that Professor can have a mouthful to give us. So why is it also that the president has to be the appointing authority for the judiciary, for EACC, for the IG of police? Why was it that the constitution was structured that the executive has to be the appointing authority for all this? And what other alternative, when we look at best practices in terms of constitutionalism, what are the other steps other countries are doing in appointments of judges and appointments of these independent officers? Thank you very much.
All right. I don't know if Professor can hear me now. My low network now. Always something.
Am I coming through, Pip?
Yes, you are coming through, my guy.
I'm also getting you, but with a lot of static. I think the Babylon system has started doing what they do best, because even when Professor was speaking, I could hear some form of. So probably if it's not the network, probably they have gotten some wind of some very interesting discussions going on here. But before Professor comes in, let me say, I don't know if we can have a better law than we have in Kenya today. I think when I look at the constitution, not as a lawyer, but as a layman, I think we have one of the best constitutions. So when Professor says that when a president leaves power, they can be held accountable, I've not seen yet in time a president who has been held accountable. So I'm not sure if this is a system in theory, but we are waiting for the practicality of it. What I would ask is, if somebody was to want to hold a president accountable after leaving office, what procedure would it take? Thank you very much for the time.
Now, this is one funny thing, guys. Actually, watch the jingle, alafu niwaambie kitu. Ay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome to Home Run with Pippy.
Ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have been touched, and we have to drop and restart the space again. Too bad, but because we have questions regarding the law, and we have a teacher of law, and of course Charlo here, I'd like to just restart this space. Yeah, we'll just have to restart this space. A professor is kiki too, so there's so much the questions being answered here. All right, let's do it, guys. Make sure. Let me see on the other side of this space.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, Nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
Technology, but no matter what, we'll still have those questions answered, yeah? And I see Ogugu Robert is here, and I thank you so much, Governor, for coming back to talk to us. Here's the thing. Ogugu was asking a question, and I think you did not get it. So I'm going to let Ogugu ask again. Robert, go for it.
Thank you, Pepe. So my question was to Prof. In regards to other jurisdictions around the world, because we know in Kenya we borrow so much from other countries. So my question to Prof was that our problems are similar to problems in other countries, for example, Mexico, where the state had captured the judiciary. The judges, magistrates were ruling cases in bias. They were favoring their government. So the people decided that henceforth, what they want to do is for the people to vote in magistrates and the judges in their courts so that they rule according to what the masses want. So my question was this, is it applicable to Kenya, and what will be the consequences if we follow that path? Will it solve the situation? So that was my question to Professor.
Prof, are you there?
Yes. Pipi, I'm here. And you said we should be brief so that you can go and have lunch or dinner.
No, just continue. I was just joking. It was on a light note.
Okay. So I think what data activists said, first of all, that work is extremely commendable. The work of looking at each county so that the monies that go to the county, the monies that they raise through on-source revenue are applied properly for the people. And the question of corruption is minimized or even completely avoided. And of course, we always say that maybe you can't completely avoid it, but people can be punished when they do it, like the suggestion of capital punishment, so that people realize, mandatory jail terms, so that you know you're going into prison, and it doesn't matter who you are, you will be in prison. So I think that work is very important, and I wish data activists and others who have those abilities can do that for every county. Looking at what the Auditor General has said, what the control of budget has said, what Senate says, what the county assembly say, and even looking at the county assembly themselves, how they're spending their money. So that the agenda also taken, it's not very, many of these counties found there were people who had already been employed by the local authorities. There were people who are working for the national government, like in agriculture, in health, had most of the people, the nurses and, doctors are few and all that. So that problem at the county level and also the national level wage bill is a major issue. And every time governments don't want to deal with that because they say if we rationalize these people, there is political consequences, particularly during elections. But the truth of the matter is a lot of the people, when they feel they are permanent and pensionable, this idea of permanent and pensionable, it means
It looks like we're losing the governor again, Prof. Are you there, Prof? It looks like we've lost Prof. What is wrong with these spaces today?
This is Home Run with PP.
Hey, let's wait and see. Na ndo nilikuwa nafikiria nitamaliza mapema. Oh my God. Yeah, I thought I was gonna finish early. Let's wait and see.
Usijali, mabachela ni wengi.
Hata mimi nimepotea. Guy. Unanisikia data activist?
Haujapotea, tunakusikia, ndio nakwambia mabachela ni wengi, usijali.
I don't know if Prof Kivutha is back now. I can see him here. Let me send him back. Wacha nimpatie co-host tuone kama itakuwa better. Because now this network is becoming namna gani hapa? Is it network or is it just is it me or kila mtu anamsikia ni kama ana katika kwenye mic?
Kila mtu hata mimi namsikia alikuwa na break. He was breaking.
I don't know if it's the spaces or what, but I'm looking forward to listen from Prof. He was saying that you're doing a good job, data analyst. Of course, share those numbers with us here. Unatupatia, tuna share, tuna retweet. It is good to also keep people on the know on the various numbers, because I didn't know that we depend on imports up to 41%. That is something I'll get out with today. Kuna mtu anasema sisahau hivi tu. Yes, but I heard you earlier on in your submission. You said that we depend on about up to 41%. That was in 2018, 2020, I guess. Yes, we are taking
cereal
41% in cereal.
Cereal, that is our cereal import dependency ratio. Yeah. So 41%. Yes. And you saw Uganda and Tanzania is at 9% and 3% respectively, which means they are food secure and we are not. You see, because they are basically growing their own food. Yeah. And us guys are dependent on importation. That's a challenge. That's a very big challenge.
Okay, let's wait and see if we'll get Professor Kivutha here. I'll see the real Joe. Real Joe niaje?
Niko poa sana Pipita. How are you?
Talk to me. I'm very fine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pipita, for the mic. Thank you for this kind of topics that we discuss on a daily basis. These are the topics that shape up our democracy as a people. Today's topic, actually, I don't know, but I'm just gonna say this. Today's topic, according to me, I feel like this question, who is above the law, for me is a political narrative. I'll explain myself. Number one, what is law? Law, basically, just in a layman's language, these are just set of rules that we as a people have agreed to recognize. And therefore, these rules are all enshrined in our constitution. Therefore, our law is the constitution. And that is the supreme law of the land. That is the constitution. If you look at our constitution, the only people with powers, sovereign powers, as per Article 1, are the people. So all the people, all sovereign power belongs to the people. Of course, sovereign power basically means supreme authority. All supreme authority belongs to the people. And these people have been allowed to exercise their power directly or indirectly. That is the only phrase in this constitution that has defined the law, who can be supreme according to this constitution. It is the people. Even though this constitution again delegates, and they use very clear terminology, they delegate supreme powers to state organs like legislature, the parliament, and the legislative assemblies. They've delegated to the national executive, and then they have also delegated to the judiciary. Delegated, okay? But even so, even without using the term delegated, if you look at this constitution, it defines how these three state organs are formed. The parliament is formed by the people. The people choose who they want to represent them in those parliaments. Therefore, it is the people who have a say, again, who have a say to those people who can be there in parliament. The executive, who is the leader of executive, the president, it is the people who elect a president. If you look at the judiciary, the president appoints judges, but it is the people who elect the president. Therefore, everything revolves around the people. Therefore, the narrative that the politicians have peddled this narrative of above the law, and we have had to have these discussions. And and when I say politicians, it is sad that some of them are members of parliament. Some of them, sometimes you hear them say, oh, the president is not above the law. When they make such a statement, they are trying to say they are helpless. Yet the Constitution, if you look at Article 95, it gives them rights, it gives them powers to review even the conduct of the president. It gives them those powers. Therefore, no one should ever claim to have any authority. The only people with supreme authority are the people themselves, collectively. So, Pipita, as I yield, this narrative has been peddled until the people tend to be inferior in a situation where they ought to be very superior. And I've said this several times, the people are the supreme authority. They are the ones who decide which leaders, they're the ones who decide which leaders will represent them. They are the ones who decide how the executive should look like, okay? They have all the powers. So when we understand all that, then we realize that the problems, all the problems we have are more than halfway solved, okay? All the problems we have will be more than halfway solved. If the people decide, if the people understand the powers that they have, and they start critically looking at these powers and start exercising these powers, whenever they want to select leaders to represent them, they go back to chapter 6 and look at the principles of leadership and integrity and try to see if these leaders meet chapter 6 and select representatives based on integrity, okay, and professionalism, ethics, and all that. When the people decide to do that, when the people decide to become selfish with their decision making when it comes to representation, they will realize how powerful they are, okay? And as I rest my case, no one is ever above the law, but the supreme power is with the people. Thank you very much, Pipita.
Thank you so much for that submission, the real Joe. I see we have new speakers here, and I told you, Bachelor, you don't know, Bachelor, I've been here since 4 p.m. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. I've been trying to talk to Governor Kivutha Kibwana, who's also a professor in law. I would like to hear his thoughts on all these issues. He has already cleared that part on who is above the law. So we just asking that question just to get, it's an opinion question, but we already have the facts right here laid down to us that nobody is above the law. Now I see new speakers here in the form of Cornelius, Quintin, Anthony. I'm going to let them speak to us, and then we can call it a night if we are not able to reestablish connection. And maybe we can plan again to have Prof whenever he's ready, he's free to come over. Anthony.
Yes, PP. Good evening. Sorry for.
Good evening,
I
bro.
keep on forgetting you're a bachelor. Sorry, I'll not forget again. Now, the question you're asking today, PP, is a very good question. Is anyone above the law in Kenya? No. That should be the case. But the reason you're asking this question is because what is happening around the Masengeli. You see, anytime a government weaponizes any arm of that government, it sets a dangerous precedence. Because today, someone can go to court and say, is there a law that serves me as a Kenyan citizen and a different law that serves the DIG? So if today you tell me that the police officers are comfortable walking around someone who's convicted, but they're busy ignoring that, it sets a very dangerous precedence going forward in this country. And I want to be very brief. Donald Trump, a sitting head of state after he lost the elections, was indicted. And we've seen him go to court, physically go to court. Why? Because in that country, they know the importance of showing the citizens of that country that we have a law and a constitution. Each one of us equally. And to finish, to land, because I don't want to take much time. When you say we've taken away his bodyguards to go for special training, so you are saying now we leave him bare? So now what are you telling judges? That anytime you make a ruling that does not favor us, we will respond by taking away things that are actually your right. PP, did we do such a big mess when we elected the president, the current sitting head of state, when he himself said, and I remember in Boma, because the shoe fits you. Remember, the next day, the same shoe will be on the other person's side. Now, this is what I'll urge the executive to reconsider how they are doing things. Is that the precedents they set today, and with just across all citizens, so that now we have citizens who live under the law and within the law. Otherwise, tomorrow, someone will wake up and shoot another person in the head just because they hold a title of a commander. Is that the precedence we want to set for this country? But everyone should be under the law, PP. There's no two ways about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. And we also know that we are supposed to go with the law, refer to Fatih Sharia. I see Quintin is here with us. Thanks so much, Anthony, for that. Quintin, how are you?
Yeah, thank you. The governor of Siaya, Mr. James Orengo, said that the government that we are celebrating will one day come and eat its people. Its people. That is just a phrase that I've borrowed, and I want to use it today because I remember very well when we were doing the swearing in of the president, Mr. Ruto, the other time in Kasarani. It's now 2 years. I was watching the news 2 years down the line, and we are seeing the pros and the cons of the government, and it seems like the disadvantage it is of more value than the advantage. And the same government in we were celebrating them today the Multimedia University comrades have been protesting. I'm a comrade, so I'll speak on their behalf. And I've seen a police officer actually beating. They were beating on a camera. Like, they have no fear. It's like, this is our government. It's like we have the powers and you cannot do anything to stop that. So we are the ones who are above the law. If you're speaking of government officials, let us also speak of these police brutalities that is going on. The policemen, the men and women in uniform think that they are above the law. They think that they are the lawmakers, so they think that they can go beyond it. Once I was told that the law does not know the lawmaker. Once you have the law amended, it serves the entire nation, not that it can serve you as a person. No, not that it not that it separates you from following that the same law. How can a police officer beat a comrade, and after the beating he removes a tear gas and throws up where he is? Is that really fair? And there is nothing we'll do about that. It has trended. We have all seen the video. We have the evidences, but nothing will be done about that. Number two, the acting IG, Mr. Masengeli, being summoned to court. What happens? The guy, he has been summoned, I think, 7 times or 12 times. The guy has never attended any court hearing in person. Not in person, even just sending a representative. Nothing. Why? We are the lawmakers. We are the law. We are the people who make the laws. We are the people who do those things, the laws. So you cannot teach us law. We know the law. Is it really fair? What if the same scenario happens to us, a common mwananchi? You know, there are things that I normally say you ought to do to someone what you ought to be done also to you. You see. So as I rest my case, Mr. Pipita, I want to urge us all as citizens of this country. It's so uncouth. It's so much of how can I put it? Like, we are in 2 different countries. It's like we have those above the law and the people that should follow the law. When in real sense, the law should be followed by everyone, regardless of the position, regardless of that you are in. So it will be better if we have people that follow the law for us to see a better Kenya moving henceforth. You know, once we have these laws governing us, then we are equal. The purpose of the law is to make us equal, not to so that when I have a problem, I can confidentially share it with someone, let's say even the people in the force, know that it will be sorted out. Thank you very much, Mr. Pipita, for the chance.
All right. Thank you for that, Quentin. Yeah, it's about 6 hours since we got live here on Home Run EPP, and I want to just maybe let Sespo talk to us. Kivutha Kibwana professor has tweeted to us that he's finding it hard to join the space. I sent the co-host if you are able to join it.
We lost you, Pipi. Are you there?
Yeah, nimejimute. So I was saying I wanted to go to access more, of course, as we're trying to connect to Professor Kivutha Kibwana. Sesmo, can you hear Sesmo? I don't know, DK hebu mwambie tunamuita Sesmo.
Sesmo, can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly. It's not him. It's not us. It is him. It is not us, it is him. Guys, you can't be doing this on a night that Manchester United is playing. We can't be going for extra time. Tomorrow we'll be back here for Trending Topic Wednesday, of course. And this is where you, the listener, also decide what do you want us to talk about. So as well, you can tell us on the comment section as you're waiting for our guys to come and talk to us. Give us what topic you want us to discuss tomorrow as well. And of course, if Prof, you can make it tomorrow, you can let us know as well. We can push it to tomorrow. I see DK Zia. DK, maybe give us final words za siku ya leo baba.
Alright. First off, ni kushukuru kila mtu mwenye amekam kwa speaker panel and everyone who has been listening in throughout since 4 p.m. Today's conversation is definitely one that is heavy with a lot of pointers to carry home. My last words to it would be, I think Real Joe was Real Joe, the very last person who just spoke. I think is Quinton. Quinton said something, and I'll build from there. And I'll add and say that the law in any land, anywhere, in my belief, the law is meant to have the ability to carry out checks and balances on power. However, the truth is that we as a country, we as Kenyans, we are living in an era of complete mass corruption, greed, and what I think I would call possibly the worst government ever. And our judicial system, even though so-called revamped, quote unquote, has no match to it. It is very clear from the actions that we have seen over the last few days, as far as the DIG is concerned, and the ruling from the court and the pulling out of security and all that. We live in a country where politicians are the law. Despite the fact that we all agree that it is true, no one should be above the law. But in this country, the politicians have chosen to be the law, are the law. Their interests have overridden everything else that matters, and they don't care even if the common mwananchi suffers. It's no longer in their mind, it's no longer in their thoughts, it's irrelevant to them. Now, the Constitution, I believe Article 27, is it Article 27, Clause 1 or something, states it clearly that everyone is governed by the law. And it stipulates that any individual with a legal record is unfit for office. Right? And the truth is, when politics is the law and politicians become gods among men, then the law stops or ceases to matter anymore. That's where we are. It is not, I am not saying these words saying that I have settled for it. I am facing the reality that is governing me to know why there must be change that will come. No one should be above the law, but in our current, present, and that's why I told you people earlier, when I looked at the question of who is above the law, I believe that it comes with us first accepting that there is a section of persons that have, for whatever reason, are living above the law. It is very clear. However, because we understand that nobody should be above the law, it is why we are having these discussions. It is why you are asking this question. And I like the way Anthony said it. That's why we are having the conversation, because it is not supposed to be that way. Thank you very much for everyone who's been listening in on us. Looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, Trending Wednesdays. I am very sure we're going to have quite a topic. We'll probably still talk about one or two things that are facing us as a nation, but looking forward to the conversation tomorrow. My name is DK Gift. Please follow my page at the DK Gift. Be safe. Have a lovely night.
Asanteni sana. Have a great
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
It's the only way out. I know we can do it, we always win, and we're going to win this one too, because it's the only way out. Let's pray. Let's believe that we're going to take this victory home. We're going to liberate our country. Then we won't watch our country being auctioned. We don't have beef with anybody. The only beef we have beef with our governance. We don't have any personal beef. We have beef that is the mistreatment of people already vulnerable. So yes, so we're going to protect the vulnerable as much as we can. If it's going to call for our lives, that's the least we can do for now, because we got the opportunity to step to those unique classrooms because we were given it wasn't like it was obvious, not an entitlement. It was something that had to happen so that people can experience what it takes to see the light. So yeah, thank you. Let's not forget to put our heads together. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. MC Sam, is your mic okay now? Is your network stable? MC Sam. Okay, Joy, are you there?
Hey, hi, Toria.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, thank you so much for what you guys are doing, you, KOT, and everybody. We are behind you. Sina mengi ni kusikiza tu. I'm in the middle of something. But thank you so much. Tunawapenda.
Thank you so much. Mkenya, you can continue. Hi, Mkenya. Hi, Mkenya. Oh my God. Mkenya Daima, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here, bana. And I'm trying to unmute inaringa kuringa, but I'm right here. So,
Ongea Mkenya.
okay, thank you. Sorry nimefika a little bit too late, and the reason why nimechelewa is that one of my friends, she is a nominated MCA. She was assaulted by the MCA wa Komarok, Chris Wanjoy. Name is Joy Modhoni, and today I spent the evening with her because her leg was broken. I've also shared it there. I understand the issue of gender-based violence is an issue that imekuwa for long in our society, but we hope one day tutaamka tukose GBV in our society, whether it's been meted on a man or it's been meted on a woman. I hope she should be able to find justice tomorrow in court, because she'll be in court tomorrow. And that's aside. I had spoken earlier when the space was beginning, and the thing that I want to urge the Kenyans who will be coming out on Thursday we have gotten to a point whereby Ruto is a determined thief, and any space yenye tunampea at ile tunafikiria like anything there is going to be any rectification, there is not going to be any rectification. And since Ruto is a determined thief, we also have to be determined as young Kenyans, because Ruto is not even stealing the future of our parents. Ruto is stealing the future, our future, and the future of our kids. If you are around 35 and below, if you are in your 20s, just know like there is no future for us, because what they've done. And the sad part is we love to feel we love to pay dearly for what is going to happen if we let Ruto to continue being on power. That is something we are going to pay dearly, and we are not going to pay it in a very long time. It is in the next 1 or 2, 3 years we start paying for it, and we start paying for it dearly. One thing we have already felt it through unemployment, but it's going to hit a new law. It's going to hit a new law whereby we are like countries like Zim, whereby now we've lost hope na si wote tutakimbilia kwenda TZ, tutakuwa the rejected immigrants, tutakuwa tunaenda in other countries because there won't be an option for us to survive in Kenya, because the model that Ruto is operating with, it is the model of looting and looting and looting. Ruto doesn't stop. Ruto is someone who is determined to steal everything. Forget about Ile and Hini. He's determined to steal everything. And he is stealing the key strategic areas. Is crippling an energy sector that is already not working, because they are selling the Adani deal for power. It is for 30 years. Hii ingine airport is also for 30 years. And these are key strategic areas. And it is not just the power or the energy sector that is being stolen. You know, guys, the moment the energy sector is crippled, one thing that you might not realize, no sector is going to function, because we need energy to do any kind of modern work that exists. You get, everything is going to be at a higher price, because you know you need the energy to run electricity. Someone's mic is misbehaving. So I just hope I have solved that issue. I just hope so. So yeah, and I want you guys to realize that it's our responsibility. It's not even the responsibility of our parents. Hii nayo ni yetu. Hii ni ile, yani hii ni yetu. And this is not a responsibility of KOT Sonko. This is not a responsibility of Kina Kasmuel. This is not a responsibility of Kina Buka. This is not responsibility of Kina Baraka Wakili, Kina Kebaso Morara. No, it is our responsibility. And our responsibility and our action is going to be felt if on that day comes, you wake up na unaelekea CBD. You get, don't worry about anything else, about water, about flag, about nini. Hizo ni vitu utapata huko. About placards, even you can make your own placards. You get, and one thing is, the moment we wake up, the moment we are out there, no one is going to shoot us as long as we are united out there. But the moment a protest is called for, and only KOT Sonko and Mkenya Demo wanatokezea, tunashinda tukikimbizwa tao because we are just few people. Okay, so guys, it's your numbers that are going to bring the change in this society. You been out there in the street. When we chant together that Ruto must go, when we chant together Adani must be stopped, and Adani must have to be stopped for all the reasons that they are still in our future. And not even the future, they are still in even our present, because look at the kind of mediocre services we've been getting right now, from the internet, from the power service, from all the other things. And when all this is happening, all the companies are exiting the country. Let me break something down to you that you will realize how bad the Adani power is for us. Right now, Kenya was considered the third country that people could start industries, could start manufacturing. But do you know what happened? Since this power thing started, because they've done it intentionally so that they can bring Adani, our manufacturing power is at 25 shillings. No manufacturer in this can be able to produce any good in this country. Hata zile tissue paper zenye Manu Chandari alikuwa anatengeneza, he won't be able to make tissue paper in this country. Hata ile chumvi yenye tumekuwa tukitengeneza ya K-salt, it won't be able. I want you to look at the market of how much salt we are importing. And do you know why we are importing salt over 80 million metric tons? Why do you think we're importing all that salt? Chumvi tu peke yake. Why do you think that is happening? Because the cost of production in this country has gone higher. And these things are happening. Sometimes you might not feel them directly, but it won't take too long until you realize, We have no industries in the country. You get all the industries are relocating. Now look at, we were competitive. Now we are not competitive in manufacturing. Egypt has taken all the steps because the cost of production in Egypt, the power is only 3 shillings. It's 3 shillings, guys. Nani ataanzisha factory Kenya na anajua the cost of production hapa ni 25 shillings per kilowatt ya stima. Go to Egypt, it is only costing 3 shillings. Our brothers here in Ethiopia, it's costing them 7 shillings only. Our country is not competitive, and it's all been done systematically so that they can continue stealing from us. What I'm insisting, and in this space, you get, if you don't even have enough information, reach out to Kina Kioti Songo, reach out to all these spaces where people are engaging so that you can get more reasons, because sometimes you might not feel that economic impact right away for whatever reasons, but you're going to feel it in a very, hata itakaa sana before you feel it. So guys, I'm going to insist on Thursday, no matter what you are doing, our country is at stake at this point. Forget about anything. If it's money, we'll make money once we have a good country that we are, once we are in a good country that is functioning. Funga your laptop hiyo siku ya Thursday, don't make siku za maandamano ati ndo siku unakaa hapo unaanza kukatch up with the latest series yenye uko umemalizia. Don't take that as your day off ya kwenda job. No, that's not your day off. That's your day to serve, to reclaim your future and to reclaim your present, because it's already been stolen by one William Ruto and his cronies. And William Ruto si mtu mwenye atasimama. He is not going to stop stealing. No, this is a guy who is determined. This guy is determined to steal everything. He's not ati mtu mwenye anajali just because we lack the imagination. And I'm going to repeat this because these are not my words. I'm stealing these words from someone that I consider really powerful. Aliniambia Kimanzi, just because you lack the imagination, ati sasa umeshaiba 2 billion utapeleka wapi? These people doesn't mean they lack the imagination. And then hakuna kitu mbaya kama kuibiwa na wajinga. Tunaibiwa na wajinga kama kina Wavinyandeti. Unaona anaenda kustash pesa huko, sijui anasema anajenga hospitali nini a level 5 hospital in UK, ati watu wa Machakos watakuwa wanaenda Europe kwenda kuwa treated huko, wakienda huko wanakuwa treated. Tunaibiwa na wajinga, people who don't even know how to steal. Tunaibiwa na wajinga wenye they steal our money just to go and buy Gucci belt, kwenda kusatisfy their hizo childhood imagination. Mtu avae saa sijui ya 20 million. Those are the people who are stealing from us. They are not people who are stealing from us even to invest in industries, something that is going to create employment. They are stealing from us, wapeleke nini wasichana wao wa TikTok Dubai. Those are the idiots that are stealing from our country. If you can't feel my pain, I want you to feel the pain of every Kenyan. I want you to feel the pain of that cancer patient. I want you to feel the pain of hiyo time when unaambiangwa utoe pesa utoe nini uchangie mtu uchange do ya mazishi, uchange do ya shule, because that's not something that we should be doing. Also, these social welfare, those are things that are supposed to be free. Education is supposed to be free in this country, but how will education be free when they are stealing from us in every aspect? So guys, I'm urging you, I might not be that old, I'm 27, and I know there are other guys here younger than me, but guys, wake up. Wake up, and let's be on the streets on Thursday. On Tuesday, the same. We are not going to relent, because we have to fix this country by all means. We have to demolish all existing systems at the moment so that we can build something strong. Let me allow Black Creator to jump in. Yes, Mose, your hand is up. Ama nimekuwa nikijiongelesha. Kioti,
unanipata?
kweli?
Yeah, sure, tunakusikia. Hello. Yes, tunakupata, endelea. Black Creation. Black Creation. Hello. Yes, endelea, tunakusikia bro.
The first thing nimetaka kusema ni immediately after tulitoka hiyo demonstration and all of it, wakasema handshake. I don't understand what happened. Some people tu wakakuwa comfortable to an extent, wanaanza kusema oh, mzee ifai aguzwe, Raila ifai aguzwe. Mzee afai aje aguzwe na huwa ana joyride tu, kitu ikienda kufanyika mzuri anaingilia mwisho anapika hapa, inakuwa ni benefit kwake. Asif hiyo kitu isi enough, si tumeandamana tutaki Kipchumba Murkomen hapo, and then hao wajinga wanaturudishia hapo kama Minister of Sports na bado tu wanaona iko sawa. Alafu ka hiyo haitoshi, huyu mwenda wazimu wa Mrima mwenye anashinda ametuambia hapa the adanganyangi, anasimama kwa siku ya graduation ya shule akiambia kila msee vile hakuna kazi na hizi danganya vijana. So anaexpect aje mzazi ameuza ng'ombe yake reserve huko asomeshe mtoto? Anaexpect aje mzazi mwenye amestrain ameuza kila kitu ako naye ndo watoto wake wasome? Wana manage aje wakati the old deputy president unasimama kwa graduation unatangazia wazazi the country there's no work yenye mnaenda kupata? Why are they investing in that education at first place kana najua hakuna kazi? Number 3, mbono deduct pesa ya mtu watu wanamjengea affordable housing? Unajenga aje affordable houses wakati hata stima haijafika kila mahali, maji haijafika kila mahali, barabara si fiti? Instead ufanye vitu necessary kama hiyo, wewe unakuja hapa kutuambia vile unataka kutujengea affordable houses na nyumba. Unaulizwa swali uko kwa affordable houses. Huyu jamaa hata inafaa John Walker imchukue, huyu Ruto imchukue ya kwa advertise wa John Walker. Jua anashinda ametembea kila mahali. Sijui ni mtembezi ama ni nani. Ni ya mwisho kabisa, tuache hii politics ya if Raila is within the government, some people act like it's okay for that guy to be, yani bora Raila ameguza mahali the demonstration inaisha nguvu juu some people wana feel wame gain into government. It's not about Raila, it's not about Ruto, ni about bad governance. Hatutaki, tunataka youth wapate job na job haitapatikana kama bado tutaendelea kuanza kuambiana oh, unajua watu walikufa. Let us not focus na vitu mbaya zilifanyika. What about occupy parliament? Kitu ijafanyika, kitu bigi kama hiyo due to unity tulikuwa nayo. No, hiyo unity irudi back, tuache hizi politics zijui za oh, mimi ni wa wapi. I don't care wewe unatoka wapi ama unatoka wapi. Hao watu wametukosea enough, imetosha na ni time yao ya kutoka sasa. KOT ama Torira ama Mkenya wherever kamuni na like kama hiyo wakati ilikuwa reject finance bill. So there are so many things yenye hawa sio wametufanyia, but can you just come up with at least one yenye na to move kwa hiyo Thursday maandamano? Sina mabnio tu.
Can I respond to that, KOT? Okay, I think
yeah, sure. Let's proceed.
Okay, I think the topic for today is streets are calling us, and hashtag is Ruto must go. We all know that everything that is happening in our country, it's related to Ruto, and he's the bigger part of these distractions or problem we are facing as a country. Feet must fall, whatever, all these, they are included in one topic, which is Ruto must go. That we are fighting one person, like, okay, the bad governance, let me use that term, because if Ruto could adhere to what we want, we will not be in the street struggling and doing all this.
Can I cut you short, please?
Aki, siungoja hata nimalize statement, please. Unaniharibu masikio, bro. So what I'm saying is this. Tukisema Ruto must go, we are against corruption, we are against bad governance, we are against police brutality. We want to drain the whole swamp because all that is the entire regime, they are corrupt. Like, we need people who have integrity, transparency. Those are some of the things we want as a country. So hatuwezi sema ati leo tutasema occupy JKIA. Maybe mtu ni daktari, haimuaffect, hata ona effect ya kwenda ku occupy JKIA, ama like teacher ataenda atasema I don't work in the airport, acha waende. Tukisema leo fees must fall, you ain't a parent, you don't feel the pain of paying the fees, or maybe the student's future being tampered with. So we all categorize it under one topic. Anyway, I stand to be corrected.
It's okay, it makes sense for me now. Hapo nimekuget fit.
MC, your mic imekuwa fiti.
Hello.
Yes, MC, just proceed. Endelea.
You getting me right?
Yes, nakupata.
So asante. Once more I'm back again. Nilipewa mic but ilikuwa na issues at first. So wase, mimi nikibonga na nyinyi, I was part and parcel of hizi demos venye zilianza. Na I'm a victim. I happen to lose a brother. But the rage in me, it's not about my brother's loss or nini. Mi napigania future yangu, napigania future mtoto wangu, napigania future the next generation. Watu watakuja nyuma yangu. Wase mnaona venye vitu zinafanyika. Nothing is right. Nothing is right. Ara we kama unaona pengine hizi demo hazikusaidia manini. I swear nothing is right. From anywhere you're working, from wherever you're doing, nothing is right. And it's only us who can make it right. It's only us who can fix it. Hao watu wamemess kila kitu. From our home place huku Nyanza, you'll forgive me for this one. Wase wanasema like since Raila ingia huko kila kitu iko sawa. No, it's only
What's happening? KOT, unamsikia?
No. Simsikii hata. I thought maybe ni connection from my side.
Oh my God. Sawa. MC, your mic, it seems like you got connection issues, ama. Yeah. The what? The hebu endelea. The ama ni what? The Shif, yeah. Hebu endeleako. Your hand is up.
I doubt kama nakusikia.
Si ameraise tu mkono saa hii akiuishi. Mbona mnainua mkono na hamtaki kuongea? Mugala, are you there? Mugala.
Yeah, I'm there. Nasikika?
Yeah, you're very much loud.
Yeah, first kwanza nataka appreciate Buka sana. Mi hufuatilia hizo stuff za Citizen asubuhi juu that's the only time I'm free na. The few times Buka amekuwa hapo, amefanya a very good job kwanza ku bring out the real issues na stuff zina affect my youth. Alafu like siku hizi kuwatch news imekuwa tricky juu kwanza Ruto must go. Everything is going wrong na hakuna kitu ina work. Kuanzia kwa education, kwa health, ukienda hizi ma scandals, mara unasikia siku hizi hadi fire occurrences zimekuwa ni kitu ya daily, unaona? Na kwani hao wasee wa disaster management juu after all tunalipa hizi taxes, kwani hazitusaidii? Alafu hizi maneno ya police brutality. Then at the moment niko ushago, unaona? Na the weakest link kwanza kwa revolution ni hawa wasee ushago na venye wana comment kwa stuff venye zinaendelea juu. Hata kwa hizi demos most of the time wenye either governor anaenda ama Ruto mwenyewe aende, unaona wanakuanga like hao wasee wanapewa do. Sasa utapata mtu akitoka hapa na kama na 100 yake ama na rwabe yake hapo, amefurahi sana, anaona amefanya kitu ya maana, then wanaanza kusifia hawa wasee. So the biggest link maybe after tumeprotest na after tumefanya nini, nafaa tukuadi na hizi ma civic engagements, hawa wasee ushago wachanuke kiasi juu at the moment everything is going wrong. Na unajua achana hata na hizi maneno za tribal politics, sijui maneno ya Murima, unaona a nation indicator to show yenye kuna prosperity ni stuff kama leadership capabilities za our leaders tuko nao, education levels za wasee, alafu pia character na determination ya wasee. Hapo ndo sasa tunaona stuff kama values. Unaona venye corruption imekuwa too much, wasee like stuff zinaenda tu wrong. Kama nasikia sijui hadi help ati kuna scandal hapo, alafu pia rule of law haifanyi kazi, corruption is just over the roof manze. Alafu hizi stuff kama resource allocation, kwani lazima msee akue in gavati? Sasa msee wetu ameingia ndo si tupate development. Unaona stuff kaa hiyo haifai kuwa hivyo, na hawa sasa inafaa wajue. Kama mi hata naweza jitolea juu saa ingine mi ukosa job, unaona, na hawa sasa tutajenga nchi yetu ikuwe nchi yenye tunataka kuishi ndani, si hawa tuambie venye nchi yetu inafaa ikue. Kama Ruto na hawa wasee wao hawezi fanya hiyo job, then tutaona venye tutawatoa. Unajua the beauty na Kenya ni hata tukiprotest na wajifanya wasikii, 2027 manze, kama mi nimejitolea penye mi naishi, lazima kila msee atajua ni venye nini inaendelea juu watu hawawezi shutiwa, watu hawawezi kuwa abducted, alafu business inaendelea as usual. Watu hata sahii ma politicians wamerudi kwa platforms za church, wanaongea tu matope. Ukisikia kitu yenye uchungu wanaongea ni kama anatuambia sisi wenye tulijitolea ndo tunataka nchi yenye iko na accountability, ni kama wanatuambia sisi fuck you, unaona, na hizo si stuff poa. But hii nchi tutaijenga, au wase either wapende wasipende, hii Kenya lazima itabadilika na itakuwa Kenya poa, itakuwa country yenye au wase wa Afrika wakiangalia wanasema hii ndo Kenya yenye Wakenya walijitolea na wakajenga nchi yao ikakuwa kitu great sana. So mi ni hiyo tu, na maybe I'll keep on listening, but thanks for the mic.
Welcome. We need numbers, togetherness, civic education, yeah, for this thing to work. Willie, hi. Willie, oh my God. Oh my God.
Are you also having issues from your side? You can refresh your phone. So guys, if you're not hearing the speakers ama wana katika whenever they are speaking, just refresh your phone, drop, then refresh your phone, alafu come back. I've also done that several times, exchanging different phones to ensure that this space runs. And so I wanted to go through a checklist. You know, we have a checklist here, Thursday, yeah. And the checklist ni ensure you're having a flag, a water bottle, your phone, and should have enough battery, meaning you need to charge your phone. Alafu ka unaweza pata 150 ya Uber, 120 ya KFC. I remember you guys, you remember anaitwa nani, the guy, the majority leader alisema we always go to KFC, alafu tunatumia iPhone na tunatumia Uber. So ensure you're having at least 150 ya Uber, 120 ya KFC, alafu your charger. Meaning on Thursday, we'll be going on the streets because you guys, not you guys, but a group of boda, they asked us to give the Sugoi guy Ruto time, yeah, on date 8. I hope you remember. And we've given that guy enough time. Since tarehe 8 August until today, it's a month and a week, yeah. It's enough for a president, a sitting president who has been a deputy president for 10 years and has been a president for 2 years now, to ensure that we're having good governance, to ensure that accountability, it's as nini like accountability venye tunataka, and to ensure that everything is running as expected by the citizens. Unfortunately, even before date 8, things were better. Today they are very, very worse. Yeah, you've seen what the police officers wamefanyia a student inside a university at Multimedia University. Currently, we're having a lot of people missing, but so far we know 3. Bob and the 2 brothers. We call them the Kitengela 3. Apart from that, Ruto has been lying. In fact, lying even internationally. He goes to an international media and anadanganya kwamba they have agreed on certain issues, but the guy has been lying. So we want to ensure that we are calling out bad governance and ensuring that we have accountability. And so I wanted to bring Advocate Ndegwa at least for a few minutes to talk to us, and then we proceed with the conversation. Ndegwa Njiru, karibu.
Oh, thank you, KOT. Thank you, our listeners, and the comrades in the struggle. I am fully persuaded that we may be silent, but the struggle is boiling in our minds, in our hearts, and that we're only waiting for the point and the time of action. The struggle is on. We are pressing until we reach the mark of perfection. And the mark of perfection that we're looking at is what the previous speaker addressed. The question of good governance, accountability, transparency, the rule of law. It's undisputed that this country is ailing, the country is sick, and the country is sick of bad governance. And that the country that is so ailing requires a physician who is going to give the right prescription for this country. And I believe we, the people, have the right prescription, and we have identified the disease and the ailment. And the ailment is Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar. That is exactly what is ailing this country. The moment we address and we give William Ruto Arap Tamar the correct prescription of telling him that this country must be governed in accordance to our constitution, the moment we rise up and the referee blows the whistle and we show him the red card, he will realize that the country got its honors. For example, why should Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar maintain Masengeli even after being convicted by the court? What is the status in law of a convicted person? Can a convicted person continue to hold a public office? Can a convicted person continue to issue orders to them that are supposed to maintain law and order? It's only in a pariah state like the Republic of Kenya where police officers who are supposed to maintain law and order are being led by a committee convict. This guy should be behind bars. He's a convict. How is he then issuing orders to police officers to maintain the same law that he himself violated and breached? Why should taxpayers continue to pay a convict? I believe there is a reason why we must march. There's a reason why we must speak loudly from the rooftops and tell Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar that things must not be done this way. For example, you might want to ask yourself, who withdrew the security officers guarding Justice Mugambi? Who gave that command? Isn't it the same convict? Does the convict have those powers under our constitution? You know, we must also ask ourselves, why is it so important for Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar to protect Masengeli? It's only one reason, that he must protect him because Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar is impunious. He has a lot of contempt for our constitution. He has a lot of contempt for the people of the Republic of Kenya. He has a lot of contempt and dislike and ridicule for the values and the principles that we treasure and Article 10 of the Constitution. That's the only reason Mr. William Ruto Raptama is showing Kenyans the middle finger. And he's doing so because he wants to turn this country into a police state. 3 months down the line, no police officer has been held to account for all the deaths that have occurred as a result of police brutality. No one has been called to account. The institutions that we have created in this country, they have completely been watered down and been rendered helpless. You might think that Mr. William Ruto Araptama has any love for our constitution, or unto you who may make such kind of attribute to him. The fact is, Mr. William Ruto Araptama has abrogated and suspended our constitution. The actions may not be de jure ones. They may be only be de facto. That he has suspended our constitution by his actions and deeds. Those actions and deeds have completely indicated or evidences that William Ruto Araptama has suspended our constitution. And it is therefore our obligations, it's therefore our duty to come out in defense of this constitution. We give it unto ourselves, we must come out and defend it. Ask yourself a further question. How comes that he can decide to give our airport, our symbol of heritage, our symbol of sovereignty, to thugs, people who cannot meet the test of integrity? Isn't that contempt on the people of Kenya? Isn't that contempt on our constitution? How comes he could be convinced and is comfortable and he sleeps comfortably, knowing very well that he has not involved us in those particular actions, if he does not have contempt for us? And the question is, a person who has shown contempt to our constitution and to our sovereignty, does he deserve to continue leading us? Does he continue to deserve to be our president? A person who has orchestrated and perpetuated the killing and the butchering of the people of Kenya, does he still deserve to be addressed as His Excellency? We must ask ourselves those very fundamental questions. And then subsequent to those questions, we must come up with a remedy. And the remedy is making sure that Mr. William Ruto gets restless nights. He gets no peace in this country. Why is it so difficult for him to issue Kenyans with identity cards? Are they his? Are we telling him to utilize the money that he has looted from us to print ID cards for us? You know, I mean, he cannot steal our money and continue to steal our identity as Kenyans. The moment you refuse to issue IDs to the people of Kenya and denying them their citizenry identity. And that is why I agree with the call of today that the streets are calling. And we must understand that the streets are now the streets that are now calling. It's not just the streets. Our streets have become an institution of alternative aggression. So they are not just streets. They are constitutional institutions where Kenyans can express themselves, where Kenyans can express their desire for good governance. We cannot go through parliament. He has no respect for it. We cannot go through courts. They are disobeying courts orders left and right and center. So the only avenue and institution that has been left to us that can be utilized to hold Mr. William Ruto Araptama accountable are the streets. And therefore, we must hit the streets in defense of ourselves, in defense of our sovereignty, in defense of our constitution, in defense of our food security, in defense of the institutions that are not able to defend themselves. The streets must be the only place where we can speak loudly for this tyrant, for this despot to hear us. And therefore I agree with the call that we must hit the streets. We cannot allow him to continue messing our country. We cannot allow him to sell our sovereignty. We cannot allow him to make us helpless and make us look like we have no alternative avenues within which we can address our challenges, our plight, the situation that has been created to us. We are not concerned about the Mount Kenya issues. Those are diversionary tactics. Our issue is one. Mr. William Ruto, Arap Tamar, and his deputy president, the former DU, the former member of parliament for Mathera. That is the problem that is ailing this country. We shall not allow any diversionary tactics. And in Kikuyu we say, there is no utemo vea, utemo dhungu na muvea. That means during the colonial times, you could not distinguish between a colonial administrator and a priest. Wote ni kitu moja. Mr. William Ruto Arap Tamar is as bad, is as filthy as his deputy, the former DO. So it's inseparable. Let no one try to tell us or try to play the sympathy card. Kwenye William Ruto tutampeleka, ndiko tutapeleka his deputy. Tukimpeleka committee, wanaenda committee wote. And we must rise up in defense of ourselves. Thank you, KOT, for granting me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much, Ndegwa Wakili, and I wanted to ask you a question. You probably must have come across that a clip where a student from Multimedia University was brutally harassed by a police officer, and of course, after he was beaten, they done what they did, and then they lobbied a tear gas canister in his legs. Yeah, and so the guy currently is in hospital. I'm told he'll be undergoing a surgery tomorrow. So our question is, can we file a case against that police officer, and what are the procedures? What do we need to do?
Let me tell you, and Willis is present. He has done an amazing job in Kisumu through the case of Baby Pendle. The law allows us to go individually for that particular perpetrator. We isolate him and we go for him. And until we start taking actions against individual continue to butcher us, they'll continue to abduct us. It is right that we go out.
Seems we are losing him.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Wakili, we are losing you.
Oh, sorry, it's Mama who was calling, but I'll let her. So we need to have the medical treatment notes with us, and we need to have a well-filled medical treatment and the cause of the injuries given to us. Then we need to have this police officer properly identified. Then we file an action for tort against him. Subsequent to which we also commence the processes of removing him. We also commence as a criminal case. We write to the DPP. We ask him to have that case investigated. We give him 7 days. If he doesn't, we commence private prosecution as against these perpetrators.
Mr. Ndegwa.
We are not helpless.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Yes.
Okay, Principal hapa speaking, yeah? Okay, my seniors, Kioti, Tori, I'm sorry. Ni kama nimehijack space, sikuwa nimepewa nafasi kuongea, but nataka kuongea kitu kidogo tafadhali. Good evening everyone, eh? Mr. Ndegwa.
No,
Wait a minute.
You want
Kioti, please.
Please just
niko na swali hapo mahali yako. Please Kioti, niko na swali mahali yako hapo. Please.
Just a
brother and
just a minute. So I wanted to know whether you wanted to speak or ask Wakili a question, and of course, you know, in these spaces you always have decorum, and so just answer me. You want to ask him a question or you want to speak?
I want to say something here, kwa sababu unajua amesema ati huyo polisi anafaa kuwa clearly identified. Mind you, I'm one of
So
Wait a minute.
okay. Prince, just a minute. Let him finish his submission, and then you'll come after him, kindly. Ndegwa, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for that intervention. I was saying that we need to take actions individually. We have established a jurisprudence in this country where we can go individually, either for the persons issuing the command, or for that is called in a command responsibility, or for the persons responsible, individual criminal responsibility as against that particular person. So we need to write to the DPP to ask him to authorize, and I don't know whom he's going to authorize because the IG is no longer an IG, is a committee convict. He has no capacity to instruct any police officer. So we'll have a challenge there because the DPP, the law, the Constitution, and that 157 says that the DPP can instruct the IG to commence investigations as against any person. Now that the IG, in my view, has no capacity to investigate or to command any person because he's a convict, we'll have a challenge, but that is a temporary one. In the meantime, we can initiate the civil procedure processes as we await the commencement of criminal procedure. Let it not be lost to any Kenyan listening to us that any police who is executing the command as given by the committee convict in the name of Masengeli, because he has lost his official identity, is executing unlawful and unconstitutional command. And therefore, he is personally to be held responsible and liable for the offenses that he actuates or commits during the existence of this situation. So Masengeli has no capacity to command any Kenyan, any police officer to execute a particular task. And that is why even when we go to court, the arrests now being procured are also unconstitutional because there is no command. And Article 240, all the way to 242, 243, provides that the IG is the one who can command. And that is the IG who fits the bill and who meets the constitutional threshold. The moment you are convicted, you are declothed and you are deflowered of your ability to command. And therefore, any arrest, either of any criminal of whatsoever nature, and presented to court as currently considered as a police officer, police national commission, national police service is currently constituted, is unconstitutional. And we must bring these issues so that William Ruto Arap Tama can understand the consequences of him maintaining a convict in the chain of command of the police officers. Thank you. I can take the question.
Okay. So, Prince Bahai, you can ask the question.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Prince.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Prince Baha. Sasa Mr. Ndegwa, kuna swali moja tu ama anataka kuongea kitu moja. Inaweza kuwa swali ama anaweza kuwa naongea, but at the same time nataka unijibu. Kwa sababu ukisema ati polisi, we have to identify the police officer, we have to clearly identify the police officer. You have to know that these guys wakikuja kwa maandamano wanatoka kutoka station tofauti. Tukisema kama ni Nairobi CBD, wanatoka all over Nairobi. Hujui mtu ametoka wapi. Na hawakuja na uniform ya kawaida, wanakuja na uniform wanatanga jungle. Jungle haina 8 times. Nimekuwa Kenyatta, nimekuwa kwa Law Society of Kenya. Nikawapea evidence zote. Mpaka leo wanasema tunataka ushahidi wa kutosha tutupeleke kesi kotini. Ushahidi gani ingine? Like Mr. Ndegwa, hebu nijibu. Mnataka ushahidi gani ingine? Kwa sababu huyo ako hospitalini, mimi nimekuwa hospitalini. Na huyo pia atatoka kama mimi, atakuwa na papers zote, mimi niko na papers zote, kwanza mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Nikiingia hospitalini, nikipigwa picha, nikienda theater, nikienda clinic mpaka mwisho. Nilipeleka yote kwa LSK headquarters. Wananiambia ati mpaka sijui kesi zijae, sijui mpaka tuko na ushahidi wa kutosha na tuende kotini. Hiyo ni kumaanisha hakuna siku hii Kenya polisi atachukuliwa hatua, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza hatujui ni polisi mgani, hatujui anaitwa nani, hatujui ametoka wapi. Tafadhali tuambie solution nyingine. It's either akitupiga tumupige ama utuambie cha tunataka kufanya. Mr. Ndegwa, please come on.
Thank you very much, KOT. You can understand where my friend is coming from, that he is a victim of police brutality and that he has been shot 8 times and there is no action that has been taken. That man was not shot by Raya. He wasn't shot by a civilian. He was shot by police officers. So there are 2 ways we can do it, and I'll address that issue there with the LSK, and most importantly the president, who is very well able. The first thing why I am speaking about identity is if you want to go for criminal liability, we must identify the culprit. If you want to go for civil claim, then we can sue the state in a civil claim. But remember, in a civil claim where you are suing the state and you are suing the Attorney General for compensation or for damages suffered by the victims, the police officer who perpetrated or perpetrated that heinous act is immunized. And that will not stop them, because they realize that even if I shoot, the liability will go to the state, and the state will cover up for me in case I'm even the state is condemned, the state will pay the damages. But the moment we declothe and we lift the veil, and we say that the moment you commit a crime, we shall come for you individually and we shall not sue the state, then and we shall come for you and the damages will be strictly attributed to you, they are going to step back and be careful in the manner in which they behave. That is why I'm saying identity of the perpetrator is quite important, so that we individually go for you and single you out. That's why identity, again, I repeat, is very important. But in the absence of the identity, depending on the procedure you want to initiate, we can still go for them.
Mr. Ndegwa, please, Mr. Ndegwa, listen to me. These guys are not fools. They know what they're doing. From the word go, they know what they're doing. That's why they come in jungles. Huwezi jua ametoka wapi, gari zao hazina. Unajua, kwa sheria ya Kenya, kama mimi si wakili na sijasomea sheria, wewe ndio wakili hapa, nikiwa nimekosea, hebu niambie nimekosea. Lakini kwa sheria ya Kenya, gari ya polisi kama ni Embakasi Police Station inafaa kuwa imeandikwa Embakasi Police Station, yes or no?
That's correct.
Thank you. Kwa nini hizi gari wanakuja nazo kwa street hazina jina ya polisi? Hata wale wanakuja na gari za civilians hazina namba, wao wenyewe hawana uniform, na hata wale gari za polisi hawana tag, name tag hawana, hakuna police number. Why do you think they're doing all that? Because they know what they're doing. So you telling me that, wait a minute, you telling me that I have to personally identify the police officer who shot me? Like, bro, unaniambia nini? Damujua aje shwali. Mr. Ndegwa.
I understand where you are coming from, my brother. I even hear you. And there was a petition we even filed as LSK, and we said that no police officer should go to the streets without proper insignias that are capable of identification.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Hiyo kitu wewe kama wakili ishafanyika hii Kenya?
Yes, it has.
Where? Hebu nionyeshe kwa maandamano gari yenye imekuja hapo na identification, like hii ni gari kutoka police station fulani, ama polisi amekuja na name tag, like
bana, hii space naona tukienda a wrong trajectory. First of all, on this space we were speaking about Thursday, but I brought Wakili Ndegwa to speak about what we need to do on Thursday. Then I asked him a question: if the person, the police officer mwenye ame lobby ya tear gas leo kwa a student hapo Multimedia University anaweza chukuliwa hatua. And so I only wanted to to get many directions from wakili. Yeah. So Prince Baha, I know where you are coming from personally. I know how nini how such an issue could affect, in fact, directly. And so ningependa sana to hold hapo kidogo, we proceed with this conversation and tulikuwa nayo, and then probably we'll find the way forward. You can have a side chat with nani wakili, probably akueleze how we can go about it to ensure that such police officers are also brought into books and are accounted for what they have been doing. So tafadhali, ningependa sana to proceed na conversation wenye ilikuwa, because naona ni kama we are losing the track. So Prince Baha, just hold on there because
Okay,
we had a very long
just a minute please. Okay, siongee kitu.
Bro, honestly,
Okay.
Mimi sitakangi kulipuka. Nikianza kulipuka hapa nitafunga hii space na tuende tulale. So we had a very long queue here on this space, watu walikuja hapa, and I want to endelea na hiyo queue. You are the last person to be approved for the microphone immediately after Sakawa, I mean. So mkiniletea hapa stress bana, nitafunga hii kitu na niende nilale juu there is nobody who is paying me to hold this space here. Msinikasirishe bana. Hey, Kavuli, vipi?
Kevutha,
Kavuli kindly.
it's Farah. I wanted to ask if possible.
Farah, relax.
Sawa.
Nafuata nini? Nafuata naitwaje? Queue venye mlikuja kindly. Bana mkinisumbua hivi nitafunga hii kitu niende nilale. Look at these guys. Hey, you are not paying me to do this bana.
It's okay bro. Haina shida, pole.
Kavuli.
Okay, good evening everyone. I joined the meeting a little bit late, though I may not understand where you're coming from, but since I can read from the headline, the topic that we are going back the streets is calling. So let me say this. Even as we discuss about other things, I want to say that we should get back to the streets with full force. And if possible, let us incorporate universities because they're the ones actually who are suffering even more than everybody else. So on that, let us organize, mobilize from wherever you are, Marvin and your colleagues, like in Kenya and everyone else. Let's mobilize people to turn out in large numbers on Thursday. It seems like police have forgotten that we are not to the streets. You saw what happened today in multimedia, you know? Almost kuna mara ilifika nikasikia kungongesha kichwa kwa ukuta bana juu ya hasira. Police are almost killing a student who is very harmless. So if you allow them to continue killing us and torturing us every time, police wataanza kutuzoea vibaya. So what I want to request that let us get back to the street as soon as tomorrow. And this time round, we should occupy CBD in a serious note, please. You know, majority of us make noise online, huku Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, but on the ground, there are no numbers. Some of us are known for demonstrating, protesting online. You know, I think there is no protest that I've ever missed. I've gone to all of them. In fact, we were towards State House the day we were told not to occupy State House. You know, we almost got there, but let us occupy streets on Monday. We should bring everything on Nairobi, you know, in Nairobi to come to a standstill on Thursday. I know, Marvin, you're a good mobilizer from your hand. Please, Akina Mkenya Mzee and everybody else. Akina senior, I usually call him senior counsel, Degwa, though he blocked me. But let us have a protest on Thursday to remind William Ruto and his fellow, you know, thugs and criminals that we are coming for them, that we have not gotten tired. We are very strong. So tumekaa sana bila kwenda maandamano. Polisi sasa wakaanza kufikiria, yes, they can just go to our, schools, our universities, tear gas us and do everything else banned to us. So on Thursday, we are doing what we call a comeback. And we must also incorporate students of universities, colleges, everybody. I'll be very happy if I get good numbers on Thursday in CBD, where there is no movement of people. The whole street, everywhere is occupied. Please, I think my phone is almost going down 2%. So I want to leave it at that and request Ndegwa, senior counsel, I used to call him senior counsel, to side chat me somewhere. We need to have some conversation. Thank you, Marvin. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kavuli. So guys, personally, I'm a guy mwenye napenda ustaarabu na utaratibu. Bwana, a few minutes ago karibu mnitoe wazimu. Mnitoe wazimu. And I can see Wilioeba is here. Is a good injector. Yeah, kama guys hamujasikia ile wimbo yenye Wilioeba and Nonini wali record and akina Small Lethal inaitwa I'm Offended. You guys need to actually look for that song on YouTube. Muisikize. Ukisikiza hiyo song from the beginning to the end, mahali Wilioeba ana call out nani Aviator Governor, honestly you'll be offended. Na hiyo Thursday everything utaeka chini, then we'll meet to the streets. So thank you so much, Kavuli. Prince Baha, let me now give you this chance officially.
Okay. Kioti, my big brother, thank you so much. No, not my big brother, my young brother. My young brother. Toria, hi. Kia Daima, my good friend. Kavuli, my good friend. Saka, my comrade. Ndegwa, we have never interacted, eh? I'm sorry. Mugala?
Yes.
Okay. Sasa, Mr. Ndegwa. Mr. Ndegwa?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, I want you to unmute your mic, eh? And I want you to answer direct. So, usingoje mpaka nimalize, nataka nikiuliza ujibu. Sasa hapa ni mimi na watu tusikize kidogo tafadhali. So, nataka kuanza nikisema hivi, eh? Mr. Ndegwa, umesema kama sijakosea. Unajua nimeingia late, nilikuwa kwa barabara, samani, nilikuwa nimetoka Narok, eh? Sasa nimeingia Embakasi. Mimi niko Utawala na siogopi wanikujia wakitaka kuniua niue, niko Utawala Benedicta. I don't fear anything. So, nilikuwa kwa barabara wakati space ikianza. Sasa nimefika kama hata sijakula. Nimefika kama nimeingia tu nikaweka simu kwa moto na nikaingia kwa space. So Mr. Ndegwa, nimesikia Maru umesema ati for you to sue an officer you have to clearly identify that officer. Okay, mimi si lawyer na mimi sijaisomea hata sheria. Samahani sana kwa hiyo. Lakini nataka kukuambia kitu moja. Hawa watu ni wakora. Na wakora ni wakora tu wakati wote. Mimi okay, I know. Go to my profile, utajua. So, hakuna mtu anaenda kufanya uhalifu, anaendanga hapo, hata mwizi anaendanga kama amevaa mask. Kwani wanavanga mask? Kwa sababu hata kujulikana. Polisi wote, hata wale waleo wa kule, wale wa matimi. Mimi nimeona kwa cheli ya KOT. Mimi bado sijakuwa online the whole day. Liko kwa barabara. Lakini kiingia parking niliona KOT ametweet na nikirepost. Unaelewa? Ukiangalia vizuri, hapo polisi wako kwa jungle. Hiyo uniform wanaendanga jungle. Hiyo jungle hainanga namba, hainanga ati name tag, hapo hakuna gari. Like, Mr. Ndegwa, okay, explain to me kama Karen Nyamu. Utajuaje huyu mtu anaitwa nani? Ama ametoka wapi? Mr. Ndegwa, please, go ahead.
Okay, of course I know I cannot explain to you like that person you have mentioned.
No, explain for me, to me like Karen Nyamu. Or like, okay, a grade 2 people.
Okay. When you speak of Karen Nyambo, I hope you're not speaking of intellectual capacity.
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Yeah. And that perhaps I may not hold a similar view, or I may hold one. I may say that I'll of course I chat you as advised, and I had not blocked my good friend. I think I don't know what happened to the phone, but I can see now we are good. There are two processes. There is a civil claim and a criminal claim. In a criminal liability, it's an individual who is answerable for the offenses alleged to have been committed. And therefore, that person must be clearly known and identified. In a civil liability, there are two ways one can initiate. The first one is where you want to initiate the civil liability claim as against the person who shot you. In the absence of identity, you institute that civil claim as against the state because whoever shot you was an agent of the state. But we also want to achieve two things here. We want to achieve compensation for the victim, number one. Number two, we want also to achieve deterrence and retribution. Deterrence on the person who may wish to shoot somebody in the future, because he or she will be knowing that police XYZ shot somebody and a civil claim was brought directly against him or her, and he was compelled to compensate his victim by the court. So we achieve two objectives where we deter future police officers from killing and shooting people aimlessly. Number two, we also achieve the compensation for the victim for the offenses and the transgressions done. That's why identity is important. And that's all. Doesn't mean that you have no claim. You have a claim as against the state.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Because the police officer, yes.
Mr. Ndegwa.
KOT, over to you.
No, wait a minute. This is Principal Hap speaking, eh? Mr. Ndegwa, listen to me first, eh? Unajua mimi nataka tukue fair na tukue straightforward, eh? Tusifanye kama tuko Germany hapa. Na tusifanye kama hapo tuko nchi nyingine yenye iko najua sheria sana. Hapa tuko Kenya. Wewe ni wakili, mimi siwezi somea sheria na sitasema nimesomea sheria. Ile kitu najua, sijui. That's why you are here. Kutuambia mahali tunakosea. Lakini kuulize Mr. Ndegwa, let's be honest. Wewe ndo polisi ajifunge, avae mask, atoe police number kwa gari yake, aende street apige risasi mtu.
Excuse. Sorry, Prince, for cutting you short. I understand your pain, and I think Mr. Dego amepeana in two directives. So one thing, we understand the police we are dealing with, they are rogue police, and I'm not trying to put myself in your shoes of getting 8 bullets, but sikutaka we belabor the point because Mr. Dego amekupea a very straight approach that it's not that all is lost, because now you can now initiate a case against the state. As well, I'm not a lawyer, but nilikuwa tunataka I mean, if you can even book an appointment, and the good thing I like with the spaces is to bring closer to the resources, even human resources. So I don't want us to belabor that point. And since our police are operating the way they're operating, even with the court directives, you can always, now you have a directive whereby you can initiate the case against the state. So my brother ningetaka tu, we be able to move past this monologue for now, so that we can also, keep the conversation moving. And in case other people have any questions towards Degwa, inaweza pia saidia sana. The reason why we convened the space today ilikuwa to focus on Thursday and the planning of Thursday. So I understand you've consumed too many, but I didn't mean to cut you short. I just didn't want the monologue to continue sana, because whatever Mr. Degwa can do, he can do. At the moment, he doesn't sit in any position in the police or giving the directives. But as a lawyer, I feel like amesaidia where he needs kusaidia. So allow me to allow the conversation to move forward, Prince. That's all I wanted to say. Yes. I was the next person in line.
Okay, Mkenyadema, thank you so much. I've heard you. Now, the good thing is, Mr. Ndegwa, actually, he has followed me. So I'll follow back, then I'll gauge him in inbox. So wacha mimi nikiingia kwanza niliwaambia nilikuwa kwa safari. Nilivyofika tu parking hivi nilipata KOT akiwekea video yao huyo comrade. Na mimi kama mimi nimepitia kitu, siwezi kubali mwingine apitie kitu. Kama okay, as for now KOT, tafadhali before tuendelee ningetaka unambie huyo comrade ako wapi, ameumia, ako hospitali gani? I'll take it from there. Tafadhali. Alafu kama kuna issue ya kuraise, tutaraise. Mimi mwenyewe nikiwa kwa hiyo hospitali, juu nimepitia hiyo na siwezi kubali mwingine apitie nimepitia. Ukiona mimi niko na machungu, sasa mimi niko hapa na ubaya na mtu. Hapa nyi wote wengi hatujue kutana. Wale tumekutana. Sidhani tumesheko sana. Lakini tukue na ukweli. Mr. Ndegwa takuengage inbox alafu tutajua vile tutafanya, lakini nimekuambia mapema kwamba nilifika paka kwa LSK headquarters na wakanambia no, sisi lazima kesi ziko mingi tutupeleke. Nikamwambia mnataka kesi ziko ngapi? Like mimi nimeleta kesi yangu, mnaweza kesi yangu kama yangu. Wakasema hapana, lazima ziko mingi. So okay, nitaachana hiyo kitu. KOT, please share huyo comrade ako wapi, hospitali gani tafadhali, na anasafa nini please. KOT,
let me just follow up na mtu ameenda kumuona hospitali, then I'll talk to you in your DM.
Okay, I'll appreciate. Now, once you share, I'll be there earlier in the morning, because I know what people go through wakiwa hosi. Wengine wanaenda kwa hosi zenye, unajua kama mimi nilikuwa Kenyatta, but me, okay, thank God, I was taken to daycare. That is a VIP ward. So I was like, nilikuwa na nurses all through, like nilikuwa na doctors nilikuwa hitaji, but kuna watu wanapelekwa mahali wodi ya kawaida, mtu anataka kitu na hawezi pata, na mtu hana mtu wa kumsimamia. So that time, please, sitaki mtu aipitie. So tafadhali, once you confirm, let me know, alafu tuendelee na space kama kawaida. Tuachane story imeisha, mimi nitaengage Ndegwa kwa DM, alafu kesho mimi nitajua nitafanya, alafu nitashare kwa TL yangu. Asante sana.
Okay. So guys, hasira zisipungue bana, ziendelee kupanda sasa na to inject in the right way.
KOT,
so,
wait, KOT. Bro, when brother mdogo, when pumbavu. Imagine, unasema hasira zisipungue alafu unataka kumaliza space juu tumekasirika. Like, naomba kupiga makofi.
We Prince bwana. Wewe ningekupeleka huku chini usikize hii space na madamu naitwa Wanjiru Githiomi. Nitawaweka huko chini wote msikize tu huko chini. Hey bwana, unaweza fanya mtu arukwe na wazimu jamani. Anyway, please just relax there. Nitakutafutia wewe mtu mahali yako na nikutumie DM. Na ukitaka tuende kesho wote, we'll go and see him. And so David Njoroge, jambo. David. Okay, naona David ni kama bado hayuko ready. Acha nitafute Joshua Mugalia. Okay, hao ni kama hawanisikii. Kaka, jambo.
Hi. I hope mnanisikia. You can
sure,
confirm. So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kaka. I'm also a lawyer, and first of all, not in as much as to inject as what KOT is putting to see to find overboard, because it's going to distract the space. I think We are very matured people, and of the most important thing that we want from this space is actually deliberation and the way forward. And let me say that anybody who is going to be arrested, as we've been doing there before, we are ready to bail them out. I'm ready. My details are there. And we have a good number of lawyers also who will be willing to do all that. My learned friend Diego, so I see it there, so that we can help this country move forward in a very good decorums to build a society of ethics and conduct. I would love to say a few things. One is that I've not been actively participating on spaces. I had flew outside the country. As I told you guys that I was also one of the abductees sometimes back, still for the same matters. And I've been following the issue with the Kitengela 3. And I was under Honorable Justice Rotich with the Senior Principal Magistrate in Milimani Commercial. And there's so many things that are happening actually. And I think Wakili Ndegwa, I'm not sure whether we can able to sue the government in a criminal matter. There's this guy alikuwa na Prince B, Prince B, get your name, Prince B, Prince Baha, sorry. So Prince Baha, in as much as we would love to sue the police in the forces department in different sort of manner of the way they are in streets and deployed, remember that this is the reason why the police sometimes appears like that, in as much as the law says that there should be an identity, because you're supposed to identify a policeman by one, uniform, two, of course, he's entitled to have a gun, so you can actually know that at least these ones are forces from different. But remember that also, and that particular kind of commotion and all those sort of things, in such matters, the government also deploys people who do investigation sort of manner of things, because when you want to do a protest, the first thing that you normally do that is mandatory and is required by the law is basically for you to notify them. And if you don't notify them, then you'll be violating the law under the penal code, which is actually especially even man of things run through at a messages that let me just say this, because we are all bitter and we've all through this. Prince Baha, I know you are bitter. I'm also bitter. Lakini information is power. The biggest thing that you can ever negotiate for in a table of negotiation is information. So take this from me, because sometimes peer, but know how things work and how things move on and what is the best way you can able to move out. And even as we plan for this demonstration on Thursday, we believe that we are here burning the midnight oil for all of us, for the interest of the public, Kenyans. Otherwise, if you will not be here, then if not be for a good cause, and basically to make sure that we have got good numbers on the streets. And help, here to help. And in case of anything, feel free. I'm actually going also to share my contact in case of any. I don't know that QT you have. I think you need to have also some kind of an order to make sure that in whatever manner things are going to happen in the street, we also finish the MMU with the tear gas and canisters and with those students. And we really discourage such kind of excessive force by the police. And I'm not sure whether that has been taken. I don't know who has that, whether it has been pushed forward. Don't know who is handling the matter, but I'd love to know so that we can be able to help also and assist. So I'll stop there so that I can give others to talk into it, that maybe we'll have to chip in knowledge in terms of how these matters are handled with the police, how we can be able to I don't know that Ndegwa has dropped, but I wanted him to answer me, because Okay, anyway, I'll stop there. Coyote, take over, and then I can still talk later.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kaka. And so I wanted to bring Sammy. Sammy, jambo. Sammy. Okay, when you're ready, you let me know. David, Kamande, jambo. Okay, David has dropped. The L Chief.
Hello, did we lose Coyote?
No, not really. Just Sammy, just proceed. Hope you can hear me. Mkenya or Toria, anybody kindly.
Hebu ambia
Sammy ninamsikia.
Okay, Sami unasikika bana. Sami unasikika. So kindly
Okay,
jump in.
so go ahead.
Yes, please.
Okay. I have three very short comments. Okay. Number one, I agree with the earlier speaker who said I think it's important that we follow the law. We fall afoul of the law, criminalizing people who are breaking the law, and we're also breaking the law. So let's put in our notice if we intend to have a protest on Thursday. So go ahead and put in the notice, a formal notice. That's number one. Number two, to do this, if we're going to do this in a sustainable manner, I'm suggesting perhaps we consider sit-in protests as opposed to walking protests as one of the strategies that we could develop or could embed. These are very easy to organize. A peaceful protest as opposed to running. And so I'd suggest that you actually roles to people. Like, for example, I saw the clip today of the multimedia university. Nothing stops us. Special roles take footage, high camera footage that we can post online, because even if they mask the identity, that could help in the future. And so maybe perhaps we should give responsibilities to people during the protest to have that as their primary responsibility. To say thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Sammy, you done?
Satoria, proceed.
Yes, I'm done. That's
Sammy,
it.
Okay, the elect Chiefy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Najaribu sana kutafuta hiyo network nikaipata. So I have 3 points to put across. Hope I'm audible enough to everyone. Everything is planned on paper as everything that's happening in our country. All of a sudden, attention is switched to other tragedies. First, reject finance bill, Kware, Indarasha, parliament, Adani Fakari, abductions and killings, intergovernmental wars, university funding system. The calculations of these politicians are correct to an extent that they've boycotted everything and now winning against us. What is left for us is to push and push harder, attack them when they are unprepared, appear where you are not expected. It should be shut down Kenya, not just Nairobi. Now, if you allow me to go to the episodes of The Edge of Darkness, I've prepared this. War is war. Back in the days, wazungu walikam in the name of exploration, meditation ya Waafrika ilitudanganya, eti tutapewa medication ilhali NHIF na migomo ya madaktari inatuandama hadi wa leo. Education as it was promised is a key to success, but walafi na mafisi walinyakua ufunguo wakatujengea jela. I'm a fighter but place nimefikishwa, vita nimeachia sagod, manake ya mwili imenishinda. We are blessed with intelligent minds to differentiate between gens and dents. Tushawekwa vidonda na wanasiasa claiming that wanatufanyia kazi, yet wao wanafanyia tumbo zao. Sisi ndio tuliwaweka hapo, and just a reminder, the power belongs to the people. We as the people are being vandalized, traumatized, and sold fear, all in the name of governance. Kila time wananchi wanalia, wenzao wamelala nchi 6 chini, uchumi nchini umezorota, yenyewe pesa kwa wanasiasa, shida na mahangaiko kwa wananchi. Safari za kwenda ng'ambo zimekuwa mingi ambazo hazina msingi. Utadhani rais ni TikToker. Sorry, mtukufu lies. Enyewe mtukufu lies, hakuna rais hapa cause we gonna hit harder than you expect. Utadhani tunamwona, kumbe wengi watasherekea matanga yako. Abductions, police brutality, killings zimekuwa kwa manifesto. Manze, stop the fuckery and govern us well. Governors have slept and they no longer serve the citizens who elected them. No sooner they wake up from their sleep than our movement will be on fire, rage, anger, cries for dominance. Sincerely speaking, churches are the active supporters of bad governance, hypocrisy, mockery, and political differences. Hii imeleta division between our ethnicity, hata huwezi tofautisha location na district. Mali ya umma imekuwa mavuno kwa mwanasiasa. Basi tujitie muhanga, tukaze tumbo, tuchukue jukumu and decide our cries. Kuteseka, ukoloni mamboleo, iwe nightmare kwa wanasiasa. Politicians, together with the police force and the clergy, have shown us that there is no respect for the Kenyan flag, and it's time flag iwe na rangi moja. Red for danger, red for corruption, red for manipulation, red for abductions and killings, red for war, because definitely war is war. In most cases, there's no respect for Kenyans. Patriotism, no respect for human lives, no respect at all. The law in our country is working for those who are well. Cases in courts have stalled kuumiza mtu wa chini, wananchi and everyone involved. Now police posts are meant for utumishi kwa wote wenye hela. Why do we have police forces and they can't secure citizens, practice patriotism, and kill nepotism and tribalism? We are living in a mess, and it's high time we change the system for the betterment of Kenyans. Let everyone come out. Let all rage. The streets are calling, as they say. This is our responsibility. Because ability tunayo, unity na stability, tutaomba God. We stop lying to each other kila time mtu anaumia in one way or another. We go again and again. One motive, one mission. Zakayo ashuke, because war is war. And that was it.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring. Hey, Mkenya huko bado? Mkenya kaifafa. KOT. We, ni sawa tu. Mangati, are you there?
Tuko hapa. What happens ni, unajua bana, kuna vitu mingi tunafanya huku chini. Sasa unapata tuko kwa app kama 500, by the time tunakimbia kuja kwa nini, kwa nfungua the mic tukwambie tuko hapa, unapata ushaenda. So guys, yeah, before Mangati ya jump in, me ningo request to only one favor. There is a post I've put there. She's one of my friend. She was assaulted by NCA for Komarok, and tomorrow a case will be in court. If you get time, go through it, just retweet. to make sure that it's a story that was aired on Citizen na pia imekuwa aired on NTV leo jioni, and we are pushing forward to get justice because we need to end GBV. So guys, ukiona tu hiyo post yenye nimeekelea hapo ya MCA Joy Muthoni, so kindly just retweet it, and we hope she gets justice. You can leave a message there, wishing a quick recovery. It appreciate pia. So yeah, I know we are several guys here, and your retweet will mean a lot because the case will be happening tomorrow, and it will mean a lot. Thank you. Hiyo ni ka short request. Naona kaka ameinua mkono. Kindly jump in.
Okay, thanks. I just remember that I forgot something small before I dropped out. Mkenya Daima, let me know what the issue is. Let me know who has the case. And also let me know the kind of the help that we'll have to have. We will help where we can. And the other thing is, maybe this is to KOT and Toria be what? What is how does the direction for the campaigns look like? That's number one. What is the logistics? How is it happening? We have like all those sort of things. And I also know that last time when we were doing this, even when we were planning for Occupy JKIA, we were really like kind of strict, because one of the things that we are trying to make sure that we do is that at least we have a sort of a budget, because there are things that sometimes need emergencies. And these the very first mandamano that we did, if you remember the first Gen Z mandamano that happened, the one that was peaceful before everything was tainted by bringing the goons on the street to start and scatter the young people with the good intention, is that the medics practitioners pia waligang up somewhere around hapo Jamia Mosque. I think you guys know that that's where they are giving first aid. We will have to know how the matrix looks like, ndio tuweze kujua how can we push also for the emergency response teams, because I know that probably once we have a good number of people in the street on Thursday, then it is going again to bring back for the thing that we had before. Although I know that this is actually going to be peaceful mandamano can truly be anticipated. According to Article 37, nobody is actually blocked from picketing, assembling, and basically sharing out their minds to the authorities about what they do not like. The demanding for good governance is never. It is a mandatory in the Constitution that gives you a right as a citizen to do all that. So we will have to know that, so that we can be able to see the best possible way. So that I'm trying to say this so that we will try to avoid a scenario whereby like what happened last time in for the people that were coming from Kikuyu. I remember they were blocked at around at the exit of Expressway hapo karibu na ION. Ukiingia hapo kwa those there's an exit over there. The same way to people who are coming from Thika, the police blocked the road karibu na Fig Tree, for those of you who've been actively participating in these campaigns. So we'll have to know what's the mode and what is how things are actually looking like. This one can be confirmed by KOT. And then how do we marshal forces to make sure that there's also some resources to make sure that just in case of injuries, because they're always going to be there. In fact, one of the bad thing in Kenya that I have realized is that the police always intimidate people by throwing tear gas. And when they do that, people will throw stones. So it is the biggest problem that we have, that people cannot actually march this one towards wherever they're supposed to be, or where they're supposed to end to, like where the end point of this campaign is supposed to be. The other strategy, I spoke with Morara Kibaso today in the morning about the same thing. And I talked also with Americs about if we can be able to like still reach out. We had UNHCR last time, and we can still talk to them over the same, and Red Cross also to just because I know really it can't look good, like as we are talking here in this space. We may look good, like, yeah, but outside that things can be crazy. And one thing that I fear is that we do not want to lose life the way we did it to expense of someone who is going to go to power. We do not want to lose lives of 50 plus young people, and then we come and give like in a bad CSS and other people, some. We do not want to do that. Then lastly, going forward, I feel like, and this is also the other way, it is always good that we should know that the coin has got two sides. There's a head and there's tail. I don't know what to format, but I feel like we should also really think critically about how do we negotiate with this government. For example, and I'm not saying like we should go to bed with Ruto and other people, but I'm just saying let's figure out what can really work well for the youth. We have the Ministry for Youth, for example, and it has got over 3 ministries under them that are actually inactive. For example, the CEO that is there, the lady that is there, I think we championed last time to Mutoi Koyokiti. And how do these offices help the youth now thriving and going forward? So let's figure out those things, because at least if you are an endless fight forever, it is, I think I still say this on the space that we used to have previously, that we are really fighting against corruption and bad vices. But amid the same thing, if you look at the Democrats that are fighting in the US, for example, also, and the other counterparts, the Republicans, they had demands. For example, Trump says he's going to end immigrants from coming to the US, but Harris Kamala, on the other hand, because she wants to win the Indians and everybody else in the US, she's saying that she belongs to a particular family and all sorts of things. So going forward, let's also think in that line. What exactly can it benefit the youth of this country? In which mandatory can you do? The other day we had a new funding model, which actually is already I submitted a petition over the same because of the criteria they're using to select these students from needy backgrounds, what semi-needy, all those kind of things. And towards that is that we've already shared a memoranda towards higher education loan board based on how they're supposed to do the loans disbursement, and those are the other criteria. So this one was for the need of the higher learning institution. So what I'm saying is, specifically, is that we are looking for a solution to a problem, and we cannot have a problem forever. We must have a conclusive matter to do something. So Asante, KOT, and everybody else who is here, I'm going to hop, but let me know how we can help our brother there, as he has said, tumsaidie mazee with whatever we can, ndio tuweze kukua in a good way. So let me know also the direction and the end point for the bandamano on Thursday. Asanteni sana.
So Kaka, I hope you can hear me. Confirm before niendelee.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
So on Thursday at 7 a.m., take your body from your bed or your comfort zone and go to CBD in Nairobi. The rest you will know tukiwa huko, because we're only going to demand for good governance. So I don't think we have a lot of hidden agendas. Yeah, we don't have any hidden agenda. We're just demanding good governance, and we are going to exercise our power as in accordance with the Constitution under Article 37 of the old Constitution, the 2010 Constitution. It's no longer new, but 14 years ni nyingi, and so hivyo ndo itakuwa na. So we have been having well wishers, of course. Any person will feel like they want to help people with nini first aid on the streets, they will come there. You saw whatever was happening. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anakuja na maji. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anakosa maji kwa street. Maji ilikuwa. Ungepigwa na tear gas, kuna jamaa alikuwa na knapsack, unapuliziwa kwa macho, then you proceed. And I know that unity, it's still there because we are fighting for the same cause. So hiyo mambo nyingi I don't think tuko nayo. We all know that we need to give a notification kwa polisi to give us security. Unfortunately, najua we'll give them a notice, but they'll not come to give us security, they'll come to abduct us. That's what we know from them. But on Thursday, let us do this. Hata wakifunga barabara, kwa nini must tutumie gari? I walked all the way from CBD nikirudi hiyo tarehe 25 all the way from CBD to Juja kwa miguu, more than 28 kilometers with a group of people. So we'll be there.
Prince, can I interrupt you a bit?
Usijali.
Prince, just a point of correction. We don't notify the police to grant you permission, but you notify the police to give you security. Those are two different things. So
I say security. Of course,
you do not wait.
Security.
You do not wait for them to tell you now go ahead and demonstrate. But we don't break the law to uphold the law. It doesn't work like that. So what we do, we have to notify the police that there's maandamano. It has been happening all through. Those maandamano that have been there, they lose their notice for the picketing and the assembly.
I'm sorry, Kaka, please, just a minute. Okay, whoever was talking, that was KOT speaking. It wasn't Prince. Now, it is Prince speaking. Okay, bro, mimi nataka tukubaliane kitu moja. On Thursday, myself, I'm more than ready. Nitakuwa hapo, nitakuwa mstari mbele sana. Lakini nataka tuache, unajua, for us to go ahead, tuache kudanganyana. Ukitaka kwenda mbali, wachana uongo. Tusijifanye hapa ati kuenda kuambia polisi tuende kuandamana itatusaidia ama itafanya polisi wasituue. Polisi ni wapumbavu, ni wale unajua kiongozi akiwa mjinga, yule mwenye ako pale juu akiwa mpumbavu, akiwa muuaji, hakuna siku polisi atasikiza order. Kama wanafuata order, mbona Masengeli hayuko kamiti? Jamani, hebu tuachane ujinga. Sisi hapa mambo na order ya polisi tuachane nayo. Myself, I'll go for that order, but it won't work because I know it won't. That is the Kenya we're living in. Haitawai na haijawai na haitawai. So tufanye hivi, kwa sababu wasiseme hawakuwa na hii. Myself, I go for that on Friday. I'll go for that, but I know it won't work. So it's either we decide we go without it because it won't work. Tuache ujinga hapa ati unajua polisi lazima tuende sio order gani tuambie tuko maandamano mara ngapi. Bob Njagi Kitengela alituma barua kwa OCS a day before he was abducted akitaka ulinzi. Kesho yake akatakwa nyara. Ako wapi mpaka leo? Hebu tafadhali, let's have our sense. Tusiongee hapa kama tuko Amerika. This is Kenya. We have to behave like Kenyans. Tuache ujinga kama tuwe na polisi, watuheshimu, watupea cover. Ishafanyika lini? KOT, I respect you, my young brother. Toria, my young sis. Okay, everyone, I respect you guys, but let's not pretend. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to hata nimesahau kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia. Ebu Rasji enda. Ebu you talk before. KOT amesema you carry your body nikasauke.
Wow. Tori, huyu jamaa amebonga anaitwa na nimesahau jina.
Actually, I had something to tell him. I wanted to rectify him somewhere. Na KOT venye amesema you carry your body, I forgot everything.
Wait, Tori, okay. Prince Baha. Kwa mtu nani anakuwa anaongea? Kwa ni Prince anaongea. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. You know, when people get tired, now, that is the only language. Tuache tu kudanganyana hapa. I know we are different professionals hapa, kila mtu. It is our wish that sheria ingekuwa inafuatwa kwa hii country. And I know we will have a very difficult time agreeing with some people in the legal fraternity. But then again, you have to be reminded that you're dealing with a tyrant mwenye amejua vizuri is it navigating through the legal process na vile anai misuse na anatokea the other side as clean. Like my brother has said here, you don't expect the topic here and let it stick. I heard somebody say we are going to demand accountability, transparency from the Ruto regime, forgetting that Ruto has been hearing these for ages. Amekuwa akisikiza, amesikiza wakati wa finance bill, akaingiza baridi, akakuja akakuwa convinced, akaambia no, it should be business as usual vile kuna kuaga. Hawa wana rant tu, wanaongea. So the core business, what is our core business? What are we going to do to the streets? Are we going to ask for transparency, accountability? Kwa mtu mwenye amekuwa akisikiza hizi vitu zote. The thing here, the nation is tired. We want this man out. Menelewa? We want this man out. We want to start afresh as a nation. Tumekuanga tukiulizwa sasa Ruto akienda, and that's the same language that Raila came in to save him. Now that you want Ruto out, what next after Ruto is out? My friend, these are questions we can answer once the dragon has been slayed. But as long as he's at the helm of power, these are the things huku chini we are just doing. All these defiance you are seeing from his children, unasema watoto wake juu, the people he has appointed, how ni watu wenye, Ruto does not have advisors. He hires advisors to advise them. So the likes of Masengeli are simply defying orders, court orders, kwa sababu wanajua they have a higher godfather mwenye atawatake care. So if there is a godfather in this nation that can assure a governor akiiba, he will be shielded against being held accountable. Umeelewa? Why should not? Why kwa nini governor asiibe? Ataiba. So the impunity you are seeing all across the country, the opulence that is coming back with our politician, the arrogance that is coming back. You can see somebody like this advice of the government in terms of economy. He just tweets very carelessly. Anasema vile tulipata hii serikali ikiwa broke tutaiacha hivyo. It is simply telling you that tutaiba. They will steal and you will not do anything about it. So when my brother talks very angrily, akiinsist hata mkienda kuitisha hizo mapamit ama mkienda kuitisha ruhusa, I know it is in the law that you notify the police for them kujipanga kukulinda. But do our police do that? And he has gone ahead and said this is not the Western world. This is Africa. And if it is Africa and if it is Kenyan, let until tutaanza kukua washenzi. Umenielewa? Washenzi ile enough ile design sasa, we are dealing with people who are not listening to the law. We are not advocating for the breakage of law. But what language does William Ruto understand? If William Ruto panicked during the finance bill, believe me, hana any other strategy. All these that the legal fraternity, all my brother, I'm not discouraging anybody. Wacha wenye wanaenda, there are people who can seek all those court permits. Kuna wenye wata petition. Let everybody play his role. But the biggest weight that I will continue insisting every day until we start raising general, and that guy who has spoken, that one is a true general. A general leads in the forefront. This is a war. And if Kenyans are not going to take this as a serious war, this is a serious war that it has put every person's future na watoto wake at stake. Because whatever is going on in this nation, this is a crime scene, like the way Nani has put it. Let us not be divided in such a way that there are people who are now, you see the amount of money sasa wameanza kumwaga hapa hata social media to other people. They are pouring because they are stealing billions every day. So they also have money to compromise some of us. So when people start fighting a good initiative kama ya Morala, unaambia sijui amefanya nini. Let Morara concentrate with that area. Yeye amejionesha and he's putting his energy there. Na ameamua hata kuwa maybe huku yeye ana play the good part there. Let everybody acheze part yake. Those the legal mind, wacha wacheze part yao. Us who can go to the streets and deal with these Subaru boys that have been given some duties za kutuokota hapa na kutupiga na kuua wengine wetu. I still believe there are not many kutushinda sisi. We can still have strategies, and not all strategies are supposed to be discussed on this platform. We have said time and again, there are strategies that they don't need to come here because there are so many. I've said, wametafuta watu. There are people who have opened accounts. Their core mandate is to sit in the house and write all the notes. William Ruto will not come out of power through these cosmetics massage. Because what we are doing, tumekuja tukarealize there are people who also want to massage mdosi, tunaweza fanya hivi, unaweza turekebishia. We cannot beg people we employ. All those bullets that they are buying, all those guns that they are buying, imagine it is your taxes buying that gun to go to kill you. Hakuna kitu ya free. Watu hizo vitu zote hizo manyumba wanaishi, wanaitumia pesa zetu. Na sisi we are the ones financing all their lifestyles. So we are the employers. But in this nation,
Taras, just a minute, please. I love the way you are injecting. Please inject.
Let me go on, my brother. And I'm telling Kenyans, hamtakomboa hii nchi kwa cosmetic talking. We need to get out. Wakati tulisema juzi tunaenda JKA. When we said we were going to JKA, we said tujipange, tutoke. Let us stop this idea. Wakati tunasema tuko na maandamano, there are some people also holding spaces here. Stop that. If you love your country, you should love your friend, you should love your brothers and sisters. Let it count. Wakati unakaa hivi, kumbuka ya kwamba kuna watoto wa watu walikufa. Rex did not die. Rex did not go to take selfies there. Where are these guys who we were seeing during the finance bill? Was it all about content ama ilikuwa ni nini? Revolution is not for everybody. Wakati tunasema tunaenda kwa maandamano, tafuta hata kama ni simu, wacha wacha mahali, wachia mtu. You have gone to fight. You are a soldier. You have gone there to fight. Hatujaenda huko kufanya biashara ingine. We have gone to fight for the nation. And if we don't take this initiative seriously, our country, after William Ruto is done with his term, we will not have a country here. Tutaachwa na madeni. We'll be financing lifestyle za wanasiasa. You are seeing now governors wako na guts. Mtu anaiba pesa ya account anaenda anaweka offshore account. And then akisha realize a group of people to welcome him back at home. When we know very well, it is looting that happened there. My people, civic education, wacha kila mtu acheze role yake. Cheza role yako. Mimi ni mzuri kwa street. I will mobilize. We mobilize in the street. And this time we are not just mobilizing any other person. When you say any other person, they are generals. Those are not even conversation meant for spaces. There are people who say wanna lead by example. As we talk, angalia nani alikuwa abducted, akaenda. We said the other time, when we relent and we allow him to go and re-strategize, this is what will be happening. They will be coming for one and one and one. Because there is a saying, there is a very good Nina Semaga. When they came for, there is a nini, is it for, Let me look for it when they came for. Yes, a little bit. There's a common need that is that is used. Okay, I think I can't find it. What I'm trying to say, if you don't speak on behalf of your brother that has been abducted, that has been killed, and you don't speak out, my friend, it is just a matter of time before these tyrants come for you. And I'm glad in this platform, I've seen somebody like Kabando or Kabando. If I'm not right, Kabando or Kabando comes from Koroini, and he has been in the political environment, and he knows these people. Kabando, you can help us in terms of ideas. You can help us in terms of legal expertise. Mahali penye tunakosea, kwa sababu mimi kitu yenye mimi na believe, let the legal experts do their area. Let those who can counter. We have the technology people, because William Ruto, as we talk here and strategize everything, William Ruto believes he can only be gotten rid in the ballot. Then again, you guys forget the rigging of elections in this country does not happen in the actual day. Wanaanza kuiba elections right from the time wana fund the IEBC. They know who will get the tender. They already know the extra ballots and everything. So as much as we are advocating this democracy, and I'm not downplaying democracy, this democracy that this politician preach to us, this democracy that William Ruto tends to tell you to believe in, it is not the democracy that he believes in. So be angry enough to know the power that the Constitution has given you. You donate the power that you give to these people through your representative. Manielewa? Also, the constitutions allow us to take back our power. I know many will say we are advocating for anarchy. We are not advocating for any anarchy. The only thing we are saying here, we are tired of the individual that is running the current government, and we have seen the trend. We are certified as a nation that there is nothing else, there is nothing that can come out of this regime. So wakati tuko hapa, if it is the business of saying Ruto must go, let us actualize that. Let us, if it is dying there, let us, some of us die there, believing that Ruto is not the right person to lead this nation. Let those the legal experts do their work. Wacha wale madaktari watakuja kuattend. We can help each other as a nation, because I believe all the professionals in all professional areas, hakuna mtu mwenye hii serikali haijaumiza, na ni wachache, sisi ni wengi. Let us always believe that. Ni wachache, sisi ni wengi. Hatuwezi kaa tukiendelea kufinance their lifestyle when they are doing nothing with our taxes. So if it is being angry, be angry enough for your flag, for your nation, and go out there and liberate the country. That is the message you should take to your brother, to your family, to your mother, and to your father. Thank you so much.
Okay, Rashji, thank you so very much. Actually, you have spoken very well. Okay, Nicola, umesema hapa, there's some people that are saying, were whoever saying that we're advocating for anarchy, let that idiot go fuck himself or herself or her mother or whatever it is. I don't give a shit about that, and I'm not sorry about that. Okay, about Kabando, you are a listener. Actually, I'm sending you a mic right away. I need to know whether you are supporting the government or you are supporting the common mwananchi. Then from there, I'll have an answer for you. But currently, I won't say anything about you. I won't praise you. I won't say anything bad about you. I won't say anything bad about you. I need to hear from you. Then from there, I know what to say. Kabano, please. Nakutumia mic sahi. Thank you.
Bwana Prince, tuache kudanganyana. Huyu Kabando hakuna kitu anaweza tusaidia bwana. Nairobi Water na Wasco is among the worst performing organization I know in this country. And nana nani mute. Anyway, what I'm saying here is that the likes of Nawasco are the worst performing entities in this country. Na musipo kubaliana that these politicians that can help us, the better. The earlier the better. Nani Rasa mwambia hapa mwamke, but them coming to advise us to do what? Right now we want fresh blood with fresh ideologies. Sahi tunafaa tukue tukiongelea technology, how we can technologize this movement. Si kuanza kutukua policies za mtu walikuwa Sonu 1992. Most of you are not born here. This man when he was in Sonu. And you want to tell us that atakuja kutusaidia nini? There's nothing they are helping us. I'll tell you for the fact. Wale walikuwa hapa walitumia strategy zao. Right now they have political seats. Guys, there is only one thing that these people are not telling you. Kuna kitu hawaambi, and that is all of you should go on the streets if you want to oust this government. Hawawaambii sahi, but mimi nawaambia Bangladesh did it, we can do it. Hakuna strategy ingine, and there is nothing somebody will advise us and tell us that this and this. Hakuna strategy ni moja. 2 million people on the streets, the 2 million mark, and this man will be out of power. This regime will be out. Moja kudanganywa, somebody will come give you which strategy? Which strategy is somebody coming in war? Which strategy? Tumewatch movie the Kingdoms, tumewatch hapa GOT, tumewatch this other one Vikings. We saw how people used to go to war. And if you are going to war, the only thing you need to protect is yourself. But anyway, mkikuja mkitaka kuambiwa political advice, hiyo mtutachukua next year. Na nimeshaisema, hii vitu ya leaders, hii vitu ya office, that is bullshit. Me, I've told you for a fact. What do we need a leader for right now? Ati tunakaa chini tunaanza kuambiana we need a leader right now. For what? The same thing Rasji amekuambia. They'll tell you, oh, you being leaderless, CG is a what. They're telling you, then they are going to take those positions. They are going to benefit themselves. Weka unateseka hapo kwako. And you are the one who went out there. They're telling you, oh, William Ruto akitoka, CG nani atakuwa. Listen, if William Ruto leave that seat, we are 52 million Kenyans. People are out here who are good leaders with good morals. Today I was discussing with somebody and he told me, imagine a son of a president taking his matatu.
Okay, 6 please, listen to me.
Wait. Bwana tulia niongee Prince bwana. Wait. A son of a president going to take his matatu in Nganya. Siju compete na Nganya. Instead of uplifting the festival by going there to support it, he's going there to take the accolades. Zanganya Fest. This is a person with resources. Mwingine amechukua sijui endo, sijui chancellor, sijui whatever, or the dumb people. She's not even dumb. And you are here thinking we are dealing with normal people who have brains. They are not normal, they are stupid. Wengine wanapigana mabwana zao wanapigana huko because there is music play, they are playing loud music in a residential area. And we are here thinking we are dealing with normal people. And today the guy told me William Ruto is not smart. He just sits with the people who are smart. That's why he goes in an interview. He's asked about the protest and he's keeping the question. He's answering about opportunity, saying the protests were about opportunity. Which opportunity? I was on those protests. I don't want any job opportunity in this country, in this government. But I can get a job opportunity somewhere.
Please, wind up.
So one thing I'll tell you guys, if we won't move and if we won't leave our houses and go on these streets, na mimi nasemaga hapa, mimi siko hapa kulamba watu like the likes of akina Kabando. Mimi siko hapa kuwalamba. I'm here to tell you, you people failed us.
Please, wind up.
Mother bwana, naongea wewe pia ama unidrop huko basi kwa listeners. So this is what I'm telling you. If we want tukiacha kulamba hawa watu the way mmekuwa mkilamba, oh hustler, oh nani, oh na, and I told you mchana, I was on this place and I told people tuache psychophancy, tuache kuanza kufikiria in groups, let's think individually. And the moment we start thinking individually, that's the moment we will start coming up with better decisions. Saizi in psychophancy, you go and Morara says something wrong and we will be out here supporting him instead of correcting him and telling him, senior, hapa unaenda the wrong direction, but we can sit down and find the right path as a group, as a movement. But tukikaa chini because we don't want kuambiana ukweli, tutashinda kulambana haga hapa, and by the end of the day we are not going to come up with either tuambiane ukweli ama tukote kuambiana ukweli.
I'm dropping her, please.
When you drop na utafute internet.
Okay, mnajua hata kama mtu anaongea ujinga, tafadhali wacha tumsikize ujinga yake. Nguruwe hujingaranga na mafuta yake peke yake. Tumsikize ujinga yake na vile anaongea, hapo ndio sisi tutapata ponsi ya kuongea. Uweze ongea you are stupid. Ni debe tu yenye haina maji ndio piga kelele. Hata kama uko na akili aje, uweze jua kila kitu. Hiyo ndio mimi nimefunzwa na wazazi wangu. Wacha na shule yangu. Usitake jua nimesoma mpaka nikafika wapi, na sitaki hapo kujua mtu amesoma kafika wapi. Ndego was here, nimesema mimi si wakili, sijasomea sheria, nilikuwa nakubali na nasema, na nilikuwa namuuliza maswali. But tafadhali tuelewane, hatuko hapa kupiga kelele. Kwani wewe kama uko na depression, sasa unatuleta sisi hapa kwa space? Peka kwenye nyako bana, tuache ujinga hapa bana. Hata kama mtu mjinga, tumsikize ujinga yake imefika wapi. Kabando, I'm sending you a mic now. Okay, mimi sasa mimi mambo na Nairobi Water, lakini the guy is here. Tumusikize so that tumukarange na vile atasema ama tumu-apprise na vile atasema. Hiyo ni kitu ngumu ya kusikiza. Tafadhali
kiasi tu kabla Kabando waongee kiasi tu, since I think Nili mention this is on a very light note, and I would want to appeal to my fellow patriots. I like calling everybody a patriot who is concerned with the affairs of the Republic. Let us not show them we can disagree. Let us not show them. Let us not show our enemy remains one. Our enemy is William Ruto and his government. Your brother is not your enemy, whether you don't agree on opinion, he's not your enemy. Both of us have one agenda, both of us have one goal, and the goal is to get William Ruto out of power. If we are going to show them that we have some differences amongst ourselves in terms of opinion or in terms of any other thing, that is a weakness on our side. And any army that has a weakness, anybody who has gone to the battlefield will tell you your enemy will use that weakness to finish you. So, as much as we are talking, let us be civil, let us be respectful, and also most important, let us tackle issues that are currently ailing us. And what is currently ailing us is the individual called William Ruto. And that's why the topic up there is Ruto must go. If you want corruption go, then Ruto must go. If you want good governance, Ruto must go. That is the only thing that should bring us together. But tukianza hizi diversion, let Kabando come and answer those questions that maybe Kenyans wantaka ajibu, but let him also believe that our journey is getting William Ruto out of power. So my appeal, let us not show them any kind of weakness. Let us stay in the same ship that is going the same direction. Thank you.
Okay, Rusty, thank you so very much. Actually, now that is the reason mimi hupenda, kwa sababu nimeongea hapa Kiswahili kasema Waswahili wanasemanga nguruwe hujikaranga na mafuta yake peke yake. Kwa sababu wanasemanga hivyo? Kwa sababu utaongea alafu kwa hiyo maneno yako pia upate umejicontradict, so uzito ulisema peke yako. You understand? So hata kama mtu ni mjinga aje, tumsikize. We should learn to listen. Wezi kuja hapo like bro, hata kuwa na degree 10, hata kuwa na nini, kila kitu. So please, nafasi. Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
naongea, and I want to answer. I want to tell you this.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking, please? Who's speaking?
Mimi six naongea, na nataka kukuambia hivi for free. And I'll tell you something that maybe you will not understand that this current world has. The likes of Martha Karua have been here. Kivutha Kibwana have been here. Okia Omtata have been here. And there is nothing that Kabando will tell us that those people have not told us. Mimi hakuna haja tuanze kudanganyana hapa, tuanze kuambiana that
Okay, bro, I'm sorry. With all the respect, unajua hapa hatuko hapa kupigana. Tafadhali, with all the respect, we're not here to fight. Kama ulikosa na mtu, that is personal. Please, usilete kwa space. Na sisi wote tunajua vile Kenya inaenda, and we're here. We all know what we're fighting for. So please, usomee mambo na Martha Karua, kama ulikuwa huko ukaomba, that is personal. Please, usilete hapa. Tafadhali, na kuheshimu, nimekudrop juu make sense. Juu kusikiza. Tafadhali. Na napenda kwa Michael mwingine mwenye anataka kuongea na tusikizane. Tafadhali, we have one agenda. Ruto must go. Don't bring personal issues here. Please. Sort of issues. Na kama unataka tuingilie, then tweet. Weka kwa tele yake. Kwa tele yako. Tutakuja hapo, tuta amplify. Please. KOT. Hebu. Toria. Toria is gone. Okay, Toria is here. Who was the next speaker, please?
Ebu pia Kenyans.
Hi everyone. Manze, hawa politician wafai kuanza kutudivide hapa. Hizi platform yao. Wakitaka watengeneze platform zao, waongelea ama mtu weke kwa hiyo TL yao. Sikuja kutuambia nini hatujaisikia. Sisi agenda yetu ni Thursday na Ruto must go. Hizo stories zingine tuache tu tafadhali. Hapa tutakuja mapersonal. Mtu akitaka personal waitane kando. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. That's what I said,
yes. Hii space mtu hawezi enda kukula sapa arudi kama iko in order. Anyway, nimechoka. Guys, just a minute, please, just a minute.
See, please,
mute kiasi. Nilikuwa nasema hii space yetu bana, mtu hawezi enda kukula sapa kidogo arudi kama iko in order. But all in all, hii asira yote ni Ruto must go. Hii asira yote sijui nani ako na issue na nani. Hii mambo yote mpeleke State House ama pale Harambee House. Ruto must go. And so hii space nilianza jana at 5 pm. Yeah? Na leo ni Wednesday saa 6:22 East African time. Mimi situmii mafuta jamani, tunatumia tu ni damu kama nyinyi. Simu yangu
the rest. Shut up and do the rest, please. Okay.
No, shutting up is not an issue. Please.
Wait. No, wait. I know what to do. Please shut the fuck up. Wewe ni mdogo wangu, so okay, you have to do as I say. Please, I'm sorry. Okay, hi everyone, yeah? Sasa hapa kwa space tuko hapa kwa ajenda moja. Sisi wote tunataka Kenya mzuri. Kenya yenye kila mtu akona sauti, Kenya yenye kila mtu akona haki, Kenya yenye kila mtu anasikika na kila mtu anaweza fanya kitu ambaye sheria inamruhusu. Unfortunately, the Kenya we have currently, hakuna sheria, labda kama huna pesa, but ukiwa na pesa hakuna sheria. Na hiyo ndo vita yetu kubwa. Na hiyo ndo kitu tunapigania hapa. Unfortunately, kuna wapumbavu fulani. Unajua this space kuna watu wengi. Ndio maana unaona hapa we are more than 400 of us, but only 5 are requesting for the mic. Why? Because the rest ni agents. Wayo mpumbavu, the Butch of Sigoi, ambaye ndo tunapiga vita na yeye. So we have to wake up. We have to know who we are dealing with. Ni mtu anaweza fanya kila kitu as much as okay, I'm sorry. As long as ashinde vita, as long as abaki kwa kiti. Kuna mtu alikuwa hapa Mr. Six. Imagine anapiga vita ya sijui hata kitoeleweki. Kama kuna vita na Wakabando, kama alikunyang'anya pesa, kama ulimpea, hiyo ni personal. Na ukitaka tuingilie, tafadhali weka kwa tele yako, hebu tu tag, alafu sisi tutakamini, tuta amplify. But hii space iko na, what do you call it? Hii space iko na title. Ambao title ni streets are calling, #Ruto must go. That's what brought us here all together. Na tunafaa focus na kitu moja. So usilete hapa personal issue. Like as for me, by the way, kwa tele yangu, KOT, hebu confirm. Can you hear me, KOT?
Bwana, honestly Prince, mimi I shut it up the fuck up. Niko huku nimetulia, sitaki hata kuingia mambo na express, nataka nilale.
Mute. I just mute. I just jana watu walisema babu wakamsifu, nikaangalia nikanyamaza. Okay, acha niambie kitu moja kidogo sana. Babu Wino personally is a personal friend. Ni mtu anampigia simu hata saa 10 usiku, nimwambie niko shida fulani. Anaambia bro, sikuje bali hicho kitu mimi mtu akuje. Lakini babu, unajua mimi naye, ukitaka nchi mzuri, ukitaka maisha mzuri, unafaa kuongea ukweli. Ni kweli ama ni uongo? So, Babu Wino ni mtu amesoma. Ni mtu anajua kucheza na akili za watu. Na sisemi ni mbaya. Don't get me wrong. Babu Wino ni mtu unaweza mwambia unakufa akuje hapo. Lakini si hata ako na wewe. He's there for good PR. Whatever you're doing with this information is entirely up to you. Mimi siyasema kitu. Siyasema ni mbaya, siyasema ni mzuri. Okay. Go back to the point. Hii space ni ya streets are calling. #Ruto must go. So please, usilete hapa personal issues. Niko na issues na watu wengi. Niko na issues na Orengo, na pay yake, my governor Kilifi Mungaro, lakini sileta hapa upumba. Niko my women rep Nairobi, Pasaris. Ni mudana kusikia jina yake. But tafadhali, let's focus. #Ruto must go. Streets are calling. Please. tuende vile inasema. Personal issues, let it be personal. Na kama unataka tuingilie, nimerudia na nitasema tena na nitarudia tena, ingia kwa
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sauti ya Mwananchi, KOT Space, our host. Thank you very much for having us. The time is 27 minutes past 12 o'clock. Listen, I just came into this space, lakini we're here to discuss hashtag Ruto must go. I want to speak to you guys. I want to hear your thoughts and opinions first. So, I don't know who's spoken here, by the way. KOT, I'm sorry, but let's start with Culture. Culture Kenya Media. Kwaje?
So Binti, just before you give Culture, guys, honestly, when I started hosting these spaces, I said these spaces they belong to you, and I'm really ashamed. My co-host is trying to divert attention here, and so I had to look for Binti, bring up here, because we've been doing this together and a few individuals, and so I'm really sorry. Nimeenda kukula supper kiasi, and I was like,
Mabonga, I think we lost you. We lost you for a second. So if you're speaking, just start re-speaking.
oh,
But
can't hear me?
yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you
Binti?
now. We can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, personally, I'm always a person mwenye anapenda decorum sana, and at times I look at how things are happening, and also nakosa kitu ya kufanya, and so I have to ask for directions kwa madada zangu kama kina Binti and a few akina Wanyama, and so we've resolved the issue. I've dropped the co-host because he was diverting the attention of the space, and I'm really sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that because I didn't know it will take such a direction. I was away for some minutes and came back, nikapata space was a messy state. My co-host still ameniambia shut up the fuck. Na mimi bana, mimi sipendangi kupingana na watu, honestly sipendangi kujibizana na watu. I had to do what he said because kama I had given him power, but I saw it wasn't good to sit back and see the space going in a very wrong trajectory, a wrong direction. So I'm sorry for that, but we have Binti here. We are back, and Binti, you'll kindly help me as I work on a few things here in the background. Thank you.
Guys, sasa wewe, you can't survive without me. Hey, ni sawa tu. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KOT Space. Let's just redirect this conversation. By the way, KOT, don't feel bad or guilty or whatever. You can't control whatever people say, so it's okay. Let's just move on from there. I would like, as my first person, I know I called Culture Kenyans to come on, but I can see Cuba calling, I can see Rusty calling. So whoever you guys want to come onto the mic, just request and we'll allow you. So Culture Kenya Media, let's go to you first, then we go to Cuba, then we go to Rusty. Culture Kenya Media, Culture Kenya, can you hear me? Okay, sawa. So who did I say next? Rusty or Cuba? Whoever. Okay, so I guess Cuba has their hand up still. So let's get to Cuba and then to Rusty afterwards.
Hey, Binti Africa, am I
Hi,
audible?
Kwaje. Yes, 100%. Go ahead.
Poa, mambo.
Poa, Kwaje. Please speak to
Mimi
us.
niko poa. Mimi ni ka small wig lakini
Pia mimi. Don't stress, pia mimi.
Nimekasirika bana. Huu jamaa alikuwa anaongea takataka nyingi. Ambia mimi, my message is to KOT. KOT, usikasirishwe na hao watu. Hao watu maybe ni mabig wigs ama nini. Sisi ma small wigs buda, tuko nyuma yenu. We are behind this thing. I am very lucky. At least leo nimepata kitu ya kuongelelea. Whatever you guys are planning, tuko nyuma yenu. #Ruto must go, occupy streets on Thursdays, tuko nyuma yenu kabisa. Hawa watu wako kwa hii space maybe kutufanya tuchanganyikiwe kidogo. Juu huyo msee nimetry kumsikiza, I was so confused. Ako na point A B C D alafu anavuka anaenda ER huko, ako huko, anaenda ER huko, ako huko. Tafadhali you guys, ninyi mtupeleke as the Gen Z says, mtupeleke na mtaratara. Sisi tuko nyuma yenu kabisa kabisa. All the best guys, but tuko hapa. KOT binti, please, tuko mbele ya guidance yenu. Thank you so much guys.
Asante sana Cuba. Thank you very much. And by the way, I'd like to point out something or redirect something. I understand we've been redirected for the past 30 minutes or however long, 20 minutes, 10, however long, it doesn't matter. Lakini, that person is not in this space anymore. So when we come on the speakers panel, let's just speak towards finding solutions. Let's speak about Ruto must go, and let's not speak about each other. So, Rasji Saso Kwaji, I haven't spoken to you for a very long time, by the way.
Hi, Binti.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, my sister. You're good?
Surviving as much as I can.
I think you missed me. I talked earlier, but I think sitaki kurudia kenye nimesema. The only thing I just came in because of the guy that just left, and I thought it's very, very important. It's very important that especially this goes to KOT. KOT, you are the face. You are the face. There are faces behind the revolution. Unielewa? Kuna wale watu people. There are so many Kenyans looking on this page. There are so many Kenyans waiting for information and direction from this space. So when space is infiltrated by individuals whose aim or whose words will tend to discourage some of us during the course, then those are not individuals meant for this journey. And I want to laud your bold step in dropping the guy. He's a Kenyan. Maybe somebody can approach him. Wanasemaga kukutana kando ya hema, mtu amuongeleshe, kwa sababu as much as tuko hapa different people from different background, different professionals, let us act like people who can be even entrusted with the leadership. Because we will appear like a laughing stock to them, to these mediocre who are busy destabilizing and looting the country. Wakati wanakuja kwa hizi spaces through their agents, and then the stuff they take here is insults and some other name callings. I've said that the enemy is not your brother or your sister, or however you are disagreeing on these spaces. Our enemy is one, and everybody knows him. So let us focus on the enemy. Let us desist from exchanging, especially here. There is another platform. There is the inbox. If you don't agree with your brother or your sister, go there, mnaweza exchange notes. But the moment we show some kind of cracks within us, then, and that's why you know the enemy is coming for one by one. No, he's just handpicking. These Subaru boys wanakaa wanaangalia hapa na hivyo. So let us not. One, we are Kenyans and we are demanding for Ruto must go with his government. That's all.
So, thank you very much, Rastri. You're very right. Our enemy is only one, and if you are thinking any different to us, then you're not part of us. Okay, so let's go to Culture Kenyan. Are you back or no? Okay, so let's go to Peter. Peter, hi. Peter, can you hear me? Nope. Okay. Kenyans, had you spoken? Kwani,
Yeah,
I'm just here to
Binti, I think Kenyans had spoken, so you can give it to the real Joe.
All right, the real Joe. Hi, Kwache.
Hi, Binti. How are you? Happy to see you back in space, co-hosting.
Thank you.
You've disappeared. You ran away,
Yes. So no, see, I didn't run away. You know, life gets tough sometimes. Like, I'm back. Don't worry about it. I'm here to support my bonga. So yes, how are you?
Thank you. Support our brother. He has been told to shut the fuck up. Let him shut it, eh? Teoti, shut the fuck up, my friend. Anyway, what I want to talk about right now is I was in the space previously. I had some sentiments about protests. I just want to debunk some of the things that I had being discussed in the space. Number one, the protests have been criminalized in our country by successive regimes ever since the first regime, since we got our independence. Because whenever people stand out to protest, they always protest against the current regime. And you'll always find it is not against the regime itself, it is against a regime that tries to impose things on people that people don't like, okay? And therefore, they always, ever since, they will always try to criminalize protests, and we've seen this before. I actually had someone talk about notification to authorities when you want to go and protest and things like that. Before even I touch into that, first of all, there's a current conversation by the MP, Anaitwa Ruku, trying to limit protests through the act that they're currently, it was going through public participation, I think last week or something like that. But if you look at all these things, they're always happening in bad blood, okay? They always want, these people always make these laws, forgetting that it is not, today they are on that side, tomorrow they will be the ones protesting. But having said that, what has made things happen in this country, the protests. It is ever since. Protests can be traced back to colonial period. Even after we got our first independence, Kenyans protested. We had political assassinations during Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta. Kenyans protested. We had political assassinations during Moi's tenure. Kenyans protested. We had protests that made Moi repeal Section 2A of the Constitution. Okay? We had protests. We have had protests ever since, and they have made things happen. Okay? That is why I will never, at any time, the streets are calling us. Why are the streets calling us right now? Because we are raising issues, we are not being heard. Okay? Things are happening right in front of our faces. Okay? We are seeing deals, Adani deal. We are seeing what is it? What is this thing called? We are seeing so many things happening right in front of us. We are seeing the fees must fall. Hii kitu ya nini? Ya education. Hata nimesahau saini usiku. All those kind of things are happening right in front of us. Whenever we try to give our reservations on some of these things, we are not heard, despite the fact that Kenyans are complaining about Adani. Adani is still being given other tenders. They're signing deals with Ketraco. They're still getting, despite the fact that Kenyans are raising their voices. Do you think they will listen? The only language and the what has ever it is only through protest that the president dropped at a Finance Act 2024. It is protests that make these regimes work. That's why they have always, ever, you remember, you guys, some of you never participated in maandamano ya last year. I participated because me, I was supporting, I've been supporting Raila for a while. I participated in those maandamanos. People died. More than 70 people died. We participated in those protests. During that time, I remember very well, They were trying to make amendments to the Public Order Act, which I had some of you cite. And personally, I think for me, the Public Order Act doesn't even talk about protests, by the way. I think the Public Order Act about in Article 37. Article 37 talks about protests, demonstrations, assemblies. This thing talks about public gathering. Public gathering hizo ni banani, hizo ni marambe, hizo ma campaign. No. If you look at what Ruku is trying to bring in kwa hiyo act yake, is trying, and Article 24 of our Constitution is very clear. If you want to limit rights, it should not limit that right to an extent that right loses even the meaning. Okay? When you try to say organizers of the protest, who are organizers? Kenyans are organizers. It is the Kenyan people who are organizing these protests. There's no organizer. Organizer ni nani? Organizer, in fact, the organizer of the protest ni Ruto. Yes, because he has failed to do what people want. Therefore, he has organized the protest. He is the organizer. There's nothing like organizers of protests. You are hearing some very funny things. It can make you sick. The organizers of protests should notify you. I don't know who. I don't know. Some nonsense. There's nothing like that. Protests are organic. People, the Kenyan people get out on Thursday to go and raise their voices. They are exercising their legislation directly, going to the street, going to the parliament, going to occupy wherever, because these people have failed. So there is no illegal protests in this country. It is the regimes in power that make them illegal and use force against people. You've seen that today, a student being beaten up, a student with no gun, mad people. So Thursday, streets are calling us. We will always use the street whenever we can. That is an option that we have open for us. It is unlimited. Thank you very much, Binti.
The real Joe, thank you very much. Thank you. You're very right. Me, but then when I saw that video, I was I was shocked. I was very shocked. Let me not even lie. I was very shocked that this thing is still happening. And for me, it was the audacity. Like the audacity to just like do it and feel like you're so powerful over somebody else. Anyways, let me not get mad because I can feel my blood. The pressure is building up. So I will go to Nyati and then John Wayne and then Mweru. So Nyati, hi.
Hi, Binti. Hey, thanks for the opportunity. You're good?
I'm surviving. How are you?
Nice. KOT, thanks a lot as well. All the guys here were speakers. Mweru, I see you. Ras G, John, Culture, Real Joe. You guys, thanks for you. I just wanted to say a few things because I hadn't really planned to speak. I really wanted just to hear you guys. But even hearing you guys, I just want to tell you that you're doing the right thing. I want to encourage you and just let you know that you have no option. We better do this, or there's no option. I'm saying this, and I'm not the only one in the diaspora who comes into these spaces. Tuko wengi sana. And most of us, when we speak to each other, we're like, oh my God, imagine, nilitoka hiyo country 17 years ago. Alafu unaangalia nyuma, you go back to the same streets, they are worse. They're the same way. 17 years, my brothers, 17 years. Kuna wengine wameka huku majuu 20, 30 years. They go back to Kenya, they're looking at the same people suffering in the same way. Na hatutaki kukaa huku nje. We all know that. Hatupendi hizi manchi zao. We are just here for a moment, and of course we're going to be buried back home. So I just want to encourage you, Mazi. Hata wase wa kijam, you guys, you are doing the most noble thing your ancestors could have done. And anyone else that tells you otherwise is really, really the enemy of the truth, the enemy of the people. That's all I wanted to encourage you for. Now, finally, I wanted just to say that I know we are getting action orientated and we're moving in that direction, but I'm just going to push the boat a bit further. And hatukueni tukuwa push tu ile tu kuwasumbua tu kuwachokoza kidogo. KOT, the leaders in this place, I'm encouraging you. Msione ati haya kusimamisha hii space na kusema wase, hii space ya leo nataka tuchange do, tufanye hivi na hivi. Hata hizi maandamano, people will give you this money. and we mean to give you this money. Lakini collect tu ndogo ndogo hapa hivi into Marvin Mabonga's number. I think he's very kind. KOT, you're so kind not to even like blatantly ask people, hey, tufanye mchango. But I understand your position. But understanding your position. But understanding your to put money together when they're sitting in this space. Hata kama ni 10 bob. Well, if it's 10 bob, we are 400 here and 4K. It will do something. And you say thank you and you say, yeah, thanks, Marvin. Yeah, you go ahead. You do your thing. I mean, every time we come here, hata kama ni 20 bob, 30 bob, it will do things on the ground. So let's keep agitating for that. Thanks, Ras G. I appreciate your appreciation. And guys, let's keep going. Thanks, Binti. Thanks, KOT.
No, of course, of course, of course. And thank you very much. But then we need to like sometimes stop for a second and encourage ourselves, because sometimes I feel like we're not doing anything substantial, but we really are. So Mabonga, thank you so much for even hosting this space in the first place. My question is, are we occupying the streets on Thursday? Are we occupying everywhere in CBD, Nairobi, wherever on Thursday? Not even a question, maybe like a suggestion, but please come and talk to us about it. But John Wainaina. Doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you very much for the space, and also for the chance and the opportunity to speak. I would like to speak on two issues, because I was on this space earlier, and later I left when I was closing my business, but I have joined once I got home, and I have been able to follow a number of speakers. And there was someone in particular that I remember who was talking about the political parties and a political solution to a political problem. Well, I do not despite that. I think that we need to look at it in both ways. That somebody has pushed us to create a political entity so that we can fight with them in their place of expertise. You know, somebody like Ruto, you cannot beat him on the political arena. That we have to agree that this guy has pushed us to have a political party, to stand on top of vehicles. That is something that he has done for the last 20 years. He has been on top of vehicles. So when we start right now, we are the underdogs. We are disadvantaged. Now, well, that is to some the solution, and they think that can work. I do not disagree with them, but I think we messed up the time that we mixed democracy with a revolution. A revolution does not recognize any constitution. A revolution does not recognize any democracy. It was a time for revolution, but we started using democratic means. That is when we started saying that we can host a president for space and speak. That is when we started saying that there will be a broad-based government and we are okay, we can sit down. That is when we started having the president go to the town hall meetings. That is where we missed, because it was time that we were so ripe for a revolution. And so what your question was is that, are we occupying the streets? And I think we do not have an option. We have not had an option of late, and we never had, because the only way to bring down a dictator from power, like the one we have right now, is to push him out of it. Is not to argue, is not to reason with him. We cannot reason with him. Look at the strategies that he's laying. He's giving the national assets to Adani Group, which is definitely him. Actually, Adani is a replica of him, because he is now almost a 60% shareholder since Adani was failing, and he resurrected it. He is Adani, and he's taking these treasures for himself. And he has a plan for over 50 years to stay in power, whether directly or a person that he is going to place there. And that is the open secret. This guy cannot be taken out of power through voting. I wish we can understand that. It is not 2027, it is not 2032. It will never come until a time that his cronies that he has already lined for that get over with it. The only way we are going to cut that line that he has already drawn is to push him out of power by force. That's the only way, brothers and sisters. And when I was thinking about that, I was thinking about Nathan Hale in 1776. You know, before being hanged, he was hanged by the British government. He said, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." That's we don't have to regret all these other things. The only thing that I regret as a person is that I only have one life to lose for this country. If I had 10, I would have lost all of them to see my country at a better place. So, as Binti is asking us, and as we should now be bringing these acts on, to frames, is that Ruto must go. That should be our only slogan. Forget about Adani, forget about stopping Adani, forget about this rogue ministers that he's putting to place. It is his way of stealing. Of course, you can see we went to the streets, we did all what we did, and he brought the rogue ministers to the cabinet. Because tell me why somebody like Olive Mogenda, who is a performer and has a record, cannot be made the minister for education. For the former minister. Tell me why you go to the Ministry of Health and you do not pick somebody like Dr. Patrice Amos, and you go to the streets to look for people that you can manipulate and bring policies that does not make sense, like the Shif and all that. So it is one call that we are making, that Ruto must go. We are not we don't have any problem with the toothless dogs he is using, the kind of the majority leader. We do not have a problem with the idiots that he works with, the kind of regade. We do not have the problem with the she-males that he pays to kill us, the kind of Kindiki. We do not have a problem with all that. We have a problem with the appointing authority, and we are saying he must go. So I am just here to charge you, my good friends, that whether it's Thursday, whether it's tomorrow, whether it will be from Thursday onwards, let us do our part. Let us be on the streets. They are calling, and I can see everyone is saying the streets are calling, but are we going to answer that call? Because he has intimidated us. People are being taken from their houses. People are being abducted on the roads. It is a way of showing how weak that man is. A weak person. Actually, I was looking at it and I was saying, this is the weakest president we have ever seen. We overrated him. The most strong president we had was Kibaki. He was a guy that could sit down, you abuse him, you do anything, and he focused to his work. That was a strong man. But the kinds of Moi and these other idiot now who is on power, they are the weakest man or men who has ever been president. A weak man who uses the police to brutalize the kids from high school to university kids. He is a weak man, and he cannot kill us and lead us. So please, let us be on the streets on Thursday. Thank you very much, Binti.
You are more than welcome, John Wainaina. You heard him right. Streets, Thursday, the streets are calling. Okay, so there's something you said. You said the revolution doesn't recognize democracy, but then see, we also tried to we're trying to go about it in different ways. We're all revolutionists, yes. Let's just tackle it different ways. But the only primary matter for now is that on Thursday we are in the streets. So sleep today, sleep tomorrow, and then the following morning, let's meet each other in the streets. Moiru, hi Moiru, how are you doing?
Hey, thanks for giving me the mic. I have to start by just apologizing to KOT on behalf of most of the listeners who've been listening the last couple of hours. I honestly feel like we as people here need to realize that we're not so entitled as to get on a space and insult the host. I understand in Kenya or in Africa, it's our cultural belief that as long as you're older than somebody, they cannot question you, and it comes like you feel like you have that prevalence over that person, and no, I don't think that should be tolerated. We shouldn't be conducting ourselves in certain mannerisms. This hosting a space is not easy, and we need to respect that. And if you feel like because you're older than KOT that you can come here and insult him, open your own space and you insult your own listeners.
By the way,
We don't need to create this.
Sorry, Moiru,
Yeah, so
as you carry on, I agree with that. As you carry on, as you're supporting KOT, just remember that he has a phone number up there that you can support him financially, because as you said, it's not easy and he's spending his own money to support us. So thank you
Yeah.
for pointing that out. Thank you, Moiru. So use the
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's be useful. You support him as the way you can financially with data. Let's do that. But I'm just going to. I haven't been in the spaces. I've been listening in for the last couple of days, and I'm so glad that we're finally hitting the streets, because like everybody has been saying here, that is the one message that has really been working. And the good thing about Ruto is he never deprives us of reasons to go on the street. I mean, just in the last 2 weeks, we've had multiple reasons to be on the streets almost every day. I'm personally in the diaspora, so I'm not able to be physically there. But we have more than enough reasons to be there every single day. I mean, I'm looking at what is happening in the sense that you have an IG who is supposed to be in jail, pulling security for a judge just because he was sentenced to 6 months only. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't understand who they think they are. So I mean, I agree, it's time to hit the streets, and I agree with a lot of speakers here who have said there's multiple ways to skin this cat, but I believe being on the streets has really caused a lot of resonance and a lot of it's really been the one way we've communicated. I remember a week ago when we were doing the Adani, and we did an on social media online where we were pushing a hashtag. You wouldn't believe it, but it really worked. Because if you guys watch the response from international communities, including the global intelligence, and the US responded to the hashtag and said they froze 900 and something million US dollars that was being paid to these people. So being on the streets, pushing hashtags online, it is really, really working. So let's not feel like we're not doing anything, or the movement is like, no, let's keep doing what we're doing. And I do have a lot I want to say, but I feel like, you know what, there's so much going on. And just the fact that, like we've all said here, this man is a serial killer, he's a serial liar, he's a serial thief. I mean, come on, we have to get him out. We should not be people should not be sitting at home right now. And I saw that video of people in Machakos cheering for that thief. Unbelievable. I don't even understand what civil education these people need. They don't need civil education. And that is why, for me, I am really hoping, and I believe that I honestly cannot tolerate the thought that this man will stay in office until 2027. We should not even entertain that thought. We shouldn't. As a matter of fact, as soon as we get him out of office, we appoint people and we make it capital punishment for corruption in Kenya. People who are, I don't care if you're in office and it should be a capital crime in Kenya because for them to protect all this corruption is the reason why they're killing people on the streets. And it's very, very shameful. What the hell is going on? I mean, so mine is simple today. Let's hit the streets. For us in the diaspora, we'll be here to support you guys. Yes, and KOT and Binti, thanks for hosting and co-hosting. One more thing I have to mention is last week when we were discussing and fighting the Adani deal, you hosted a speaker who was a lawyer. I see him here. His name is Matanga ESQ. And here is the point that has stayed with me in the sense that we need to start reading these bills. And after we come off the streets this week, I think we should hold a space every day where we discuss every single bill to detail and read it the way we have been reading this Adani deal. I listened to his advice where he advised all of us to read the Public Participation Act of 2021. And there is a section there, you know, where these people have created this so they can justify or make it legal what Adani deal is doing. And I also said, this is just the beginning, the airport and the electricity, this is just a beginning. So we, as much as we are going to be on the street, the other thing is we have to stop Adani because we need to send a precedent to the rest of the world. We won't tolerate this nonsense. But yes, let's have a way of all the bills because I've been trying to sort of read them so we can stay ahead of this. I'm glad there's a speaker also who brought up the Ruku bill and I downloaded it. I'm going to read it. Let's all start reading this bill so we can stop them at the get-go. At the get-go. Yeah, I really don't have much to say. There were some speakers I've been listening to throughout the week, and I believe we're heading in the right direction. It might feel like things are slowing down. It might feel like we're not achieving what we want, but no, we have to keep fighting, and I believe we'll get there. We will. There's nothing they'll give us. We have to fight for everything. So I agree with Rusty. I agree with everybody here that is saying, let's go to the street. If you're a Kenyan and you're in Kenya and you have a reason to stay at home, anyway, I'll just end for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. You heard her. Like, if you're a Kenyan in Kenya and you're still in the house on Thursday, child, I'm going to judge you. Because what? Why? Why? What's the reason for being at home? What do you have to live for? Really think about it. Russ the fireman. By the way, welcome to the bright side of life. I see that you changed your picture to match your flag. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. Let's keep the fire burning. Yeah, nimefanya hivyo. Yeah, I'm good. It's a bit late, but yeah, I just came from work now. Yeah, niko diaspora, lakini yeah, nimebadilisha kidogo, labda ndio ni change of tactics kidogo, sababu huku pia hao jamaa pia hawalali. Yeah, so kidogo tunajaribu tu, but yeah, I'm fearless anyway. So this is a revolution. So yeah, 100% I'm behind you guys. Yeah, thank you, Bint Africa. Fire with fire, guys. Street ndio itatuokoa. Yeah, mi niko diaspora hapa na I'm behind you guys. I always support you guys. Hata nimwambia pia KOT behind the DM, nimwambia aweke tu namba hapo. I always support him. Nimesupport hii channel, hii space, huyu kijana, na hata sisemi ya huyu, kama sio huyu, kama si wewe, kama si wengine kina wanyama, kina nyati, hatungekuwa hapa. You guys, you are true patriots. You are true Kenyans. Mna fight. Na sijaona space nyingine ambao iko consistency in you guys. You are really Kenyans. Na mimi sina mambo mengi, lakini ninataka kuomba watu wote ama jamaa na marafiki ambao wako diaspora, America, wapi uko madubai, hapa Europe, tafadhali 10 euro is nothing, 20 euro is nothing, 30 euro you just buy something to eat. Tafadhalini, hiyo kidogo nimeona hii space ndio italiberate Kenya, kwa sababu wengine tu ni mashow off, wanakuja hapa wakina, sitaki kutaja majina, lakini wana create space ya 2000 3000, lakini ni kushow off, labda watafute tu fame alafu wanaenda, but this space ndio space ya Wakenya. Hii ndio space ambayo italiberate Kenya. Huyu kijana hayuko selfish, halali, ninafuatilia, niko kazini, nafanya hivi, lakini he is tirelessly every single day. Mimi hata kama niko ninafanya vyovyote, lakini hata kama ni airtime ni shilingi ngapi, hata ni 1000 ya Kenya, 2000, ni kwa sababu he is a true patriot. Tafadhalini, kama mnanisikia jamaa wote wa diaspora, tafadhalini mweke kitu pale, tafadhalini. Jambo la pili, jana niliongea kidogo usiku, huwa siongee sana mimi. Yeah. Huyu Adani ni kama Gupta. Mimi nilitoka Kenya, nilitoka mapema sana, nilikuwa mdogo, nimekulia South Africa, lakini mimi ni Mkenya. Nimeona pale vile Gupta family wamerun that country to the ground. Wamechukua sekta zote, walichukua sekta zote zile kubwa kubwa. Hao wana appoint ministers, wana hire na kufire. Yule president ambao alikuwa ni Jacob Zuma by then alikuwa kama kipochi tu, naona wanabeba pesa kwa magunia na hivi. Ile nchi ikaenda, they ran that country to the ground. Support, sikuongea tu, actions speak louder than words. Tufanye na vitendo. Let's hit the ground, na huku pia tusupport ya jamaa. Shilingi 10 kama ni wa Kenya, shilingi 10 shilingi 20 50 bob, tafadhalini. Hii ndio kipaza sauti ambacho kitatuokoa Kenya, tafadhalini. That's my take. Let's keep the fire burning. In Africa nimeshukuru sana. One love. I drop the mic. Mimi niko Germany hapa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rashji. And Ati Rashji, guy. Ati Ras the fireman. There's too many Rasses here. Ciao.
Ras the fireman. Ras
Ras the fireman, thank you. Kwanza, is there a meaning to Ras before I carry on? Because why are you both called Ras?
Oh, yeah. It's for me, I'm just, ni Ras ni kama unaona ni kwangu ni just like, and I'm a true African, Ni kama I was like practicing Rastafarian kwa sababu nimekuwa camp Cape Town, nimekuwa sana Makasgave camp, so ni mambo mengi sana unaona ambao naweza kuongea, but yeah, ni kama tu true African, si ati pengine una believe hivyo, there is God, lakini si unaenda huku unaenda huku. Ni it's a ni kama true patriot, true African. You are conscious, unaona, you are conscious about things around you. Si mtu ambao unaweza kuwa ukasukuma ukaenda huku kama polisi no, you have to fight for your right. Yeah, so ndio hiyo kama Ras ni kama Rastafarian. Yeah, just in short, but yeah, ina meaning nyingi sana.
Thank you for giving us that. I think at this point we should all just calling ourselves Ras something, because me, I could be Ras Bin, Ras Moru's there, Ras Real G, Sijui Nini. So spirits, I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. One love.
Of course, always welcome. I would like to speak to Sakawa right now. But your team, yes, you're exhausted. You want to your Infinix is getting hot. Guys, the data support is there for a reason. We cannot allow our comrade to just be here spending his data time for no reason. So please support him in whatever way you can. If it's financially, then either buy credit to that number or send him money to the number, and then he will just like sort it out himself. But please, let's support our brother, because we're here because he's able to keep the space running for us. Like we're benefiting from this ourselves. Anyways, by the by, streets are calling on Thursday. Ruto must go. Hashtag Ruto must go. Sakawa, kwaje? Akidun. Okay, Sakawa's not here, I guess. Nyati. I'm coming back to you. Also, guys, can you request this mic? Because if I don't have any speakers that are gonna come up to speak to me, I will ask KOT to actually shut the space down. And do we want that really? Hell no. So please, KD, I can Kwanza KD, I know you have many stories. So please come up. Onagi, I see you there. I see Pauline, Kim 00, all of you guys. You know yourselves. Please just request that mic and come speak to me.
Can I speak, Binti, please?
Yeah. The mic is yours. I'll give it to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to say maybe it could be that most people in the group, I'm just throwing it back at you guys again. Maybe there's a lot of people that are really pressed to do something, and maybe they don't know what to do apart from what has been done. Is there anyone strategizing different? I'm just asking, like, is there anyone thinking of any alternatives? Usiogope kusema if you feel like your alternative might be the thing that people may not want to hear. And saying that, I just wanted to ask, is there any chance that kwa hii group zile vitu tunaongea juu yake kama voter registration, okay, tukitumana out on the ground, do we send anyone from the ground from these spaces? I don't know if we can do that. just a suggestion. I mean, I'd like to sit here telling myself, unajua niaje, kwa grao leo this week, nimetuma Sakawa, nimetuma culture, nimetuma data science, na nimetuma OG, they're going to accomplish this and this and this. Sijui kama tunaweza kujiorganize hivyo. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So you're basically reaching out to anybody that has like other suggestions. I would like to maintain that Thursday is when we meet, but if you have any other ideas or anything like that, then please reach out to either me or Nyati or whoever, but we will welcome them. As of now, streets on Thursday, but let's figure out like another way to get through this. KD, hi. And please don't come and kill me for being away for like the past 2 days. Swear to God.
What up, Ras Binti? I heard that's a new name.
Binti, what do you have?
I heard now you have to put Ras before every other name or something like that.
Oh, sorry, Ras Binti, yes, Ras Binti, yes, I'll take that. Allah, Kwani, he's just come in and gone at the same time. What the hell? Is that normal? Anyways, as of now, Mr. or Mrs. Watuk or Miss Watuk, whoever you are, however you identify, Miss Watuk, can you hear me? Okay, can you guys hear me? I'm just speaking to myself.
Sorry, I think I dropped or something, right?
Oh, okay, KD, you're back. Yes, yeah, you dropped.
I can hear you. My phone dropped. I'm using my phone. I don't have a, what do you call it, hands-free, so, and I'm on the road. Anyway, thank you for everything. Thank you for this boy called Marvin. Thank you for Binti. Thank you, Moiro, for the good submission. Thanks, Nyati Nyati. I owe you a phone call. Sorry about that. Too many things happening. Rexy, what up? Ras G, Real Joe. These guys whom like I see and talk to every other day here, and who are always giving some very good submissions. The streets it is. Democracy is won on the streets. Just in case you never knew. But the thing is, how do we get that 25th of June back? It may not be possible because kuna watu wameingiza baridi, kuna watu wameogopa, kuna wase wamenunuliwa, kwanza kuna wase ni bo kama hao, you know, and then kuna mafisi kwa ina ni wanasikiza everything that is being planned. So we have to be a little bit smarter. And I said this a while back. We say we are elite, we are learned, we are so knowledgeable. We need to find guys who can come up with other ways and modules of communication. It's going to help us so well, so that in case you have everything you're planning, you have to plan all the way to the end. You have to plan without having intrusion. Wanapanga pia hao, but we don't know what they're saying because they have their own ways of communication, of which you cannot breach. And the only unfortunate part is, if we are making any plans, it is plans for the better Kenya. If they are making any plans, it's plans to actually suppress and oppress the common mwananchi. So nyi wase wa IT inabidi step up kidogo. You have to stop thinking of these lamentations on X and just come here to be fooling guys, but have another way we are strategizing out there. KOT needs another platform whereby he can be able to have more what's the right word to use? Confidential communications and conversations regarding how to handle some of these issues. And I know we have guys who can do a lot of stuff that can be able to sensitize and have such mechanisms that will help us be able to relate, strategize, and plan on everything. Mine, I'll say this because I think this is where the root of all evil in Kenya lies our middle class. Hata tukienda kwa streets, hawa wase wamefungua maduka, hawa wase wanaona vibanda, what do you call them, stalls. Enda uangalie age yao, most of them ni millennials na Gen X. Gen X na the other age after that. Why? Because they'll always think of these guys who are doing mandamanos are spoiling our businesses. When Adani threatened to get the JKIA, it's the workers who actually made it unsuccessful because they're the people who run the economy. And I always think from the lines of, imagine now we have all these people who work in the airport, the teachers, the doctors, the nurses, everybody now coming and saying, okay, now that's the true meaning of Gen Zote. This thing wouldn't go for anything more than a week before we get to see a change. But the problem is, so much blood is being shed by the youngsters over very many people in the middle class who still feel they have a right to run their businesses, watch news, watch Netflix. You drive your own car, fly to Thailand, Bangkok, and whatever to get your consignments and shoes and jeans pants, and run that stall you run in the CBD just to make your money. You know, if you tell a teacher not to go to school, they'll tell you, hey, ndalipa rent na nini. Wacha huyo mtu wa rent unani landlord evict because umekataa kulipa rent. Imagine if 10, 15, 30 Kenyans would say we are not paying rent because this country is not where we want to be. The landlord has to join you for things to get back to normal. And I think that's where the problem is. We have to think of a way we can just boycott, spend cash, stop using plastic money, stop using M-Pesa, stop using any way that the government is going to be of any, how will I put it, getting any revenue, because the only leverage that the government has is funds, finance, and ammunition. That's what makes a government. Kama Masengeli anaweza fika mahali a breach order ya koti mara saba, what is the reason for you to go on the streets and get arrested? Monkey see, monkey do. You can simply say unaniarrest kama nani? Kwanza wewe ni convict. Unafaa umevaa nguo za orange, umevaa hizi majangles za nini? You have no right to actually come and tell me I'm doing an offense being on the streets, fighting for the rights of a better Kenya. So the from where I sit, what I've just been thinking is, we vote, they steal. You demonstrate, we get killed. We have to think of another plan 3, 4, 5. The JKIA staff went on a go-slow. 11:59 p.m., they downed everything. And in a span of less than 9 hours, the heat was felt. In fact, we've never asked how much money was lost on that particular night that flights did not fly either in or out of the country. Now imagine if just, let's not even say 50%, even just 30% of the country took on the same note and said, we are not going to do A, B, C, and D because of this. Enda buy mkate cash, enda ununue mafuta cash. Unajua hiyo fuel levy bado inalipishwa na koti ilisema ni, as in me, what pisses me the most is we have the judiciary that is so much taken for granted, and we say we have a government. There's no government in Kenya. We don't have any. People died. I mean, this guy Masengeli, for me, should not even be arrested because I breached koti. Me, my biggest concern is we have 3 Kenyans who are missing, and I would rather even mimi ndakuja kwa koti niseme ukweli where these guys are, on condition that you guys will let me go free. I'm not going to jail for 6 months. That for me would make a lot of sense. But number one, we have families that have been crying since the 19th of I think it's 19th of July, June, until this point in time, and you're here sitting down saying I'm the acting, not even, you're the acting IG. Like, are you really, do you really have sense? Do you really have some sense of, do you have kids? Do you imagine if your kid was taken just even for 6 hours, how would you feel as a parent? And these are people who are taken, they are people's kids who have kids. So you're actually giving a double-edged spear to their parents and their children, their families. Bob had an expectant wife. Mtoi, you think the baby in the womb doesn't feel the pains of the mother? They are wired together. So after all this happening, you still have the audacity of saying, this stupid Kenyan judiciary cannot do nothing to me. I am who I am. You know, I think it just needs to get to a point whereby I sometimes I know I'm crazy, but I'm just the likes of me na zatembe tu utaona mafuta taa kwa chupa tu. I'm sorry. You just throw in buildings and set them on fire and just walk on going. Sorry if I'm just being a little crazy, but I'm like, why do we say we have law if we don't? That's how anarchy starts. This guy has actually just displayed the true meaning of hakuna haja ya kuwa na sheria kwa nchi. There's no rule of law in Kenya at all. So me pangu nikiulizwa, you guys need to talk to your elder brothers, elder sisters, and the thing is, the middle class cuts across Gen Zs, millennials, Gen Xs. It goes through all the way back to the baby boomers. From around 24 back around 67, there are people in that class who do not do hawapigagi kura, hawaendagi maandamano. They don't do anything. They for them, as long as umelipa rent na uko na kagari kako kavita man, whatever, you move from point A to B, your business opens, you can fly, go to whatever, get your consignment, come back, pay your kibanda stall in town, and maybe some money to bribe kanjo. Your kids are living fine. You're good. And that is what the problem is. But this problem is the main solution that will actually change this Kenya, because these are the people who lubricate the economy of this country. So when the first that maandamano at 25th June, they were giving out bottles of water in town, like everyone was gonna approach Pahamad, everyone was like, they came out of the shops and nobody was actually talking to them because everyone was together. Then the second kabakini, hey, like things are not moving the right direction. And now we have that division, and then some guys coming and calling the influencers on X Spaces names. Then there are those who got bought by the government. Then we have the malls. Then we have those who now fear was instilled in them because their friends were murdered and stuff like that, which is very understandable. So we need to have another plan on how to just get to sensitize and send our message. There's a space I was on, I think 3-4 months when this thing started, and a lady came and she gave a very stupid example, which is very, very valid. Alisema, mi ikifika tu saa sita, chukueni sahani za mabati na kijiko and just start beating on those plates like you don't care about anything. Just create that anarchy. Just make it look crazy. Imagine 50,000 people just, mnapiga sahani za mabati na kijiko in a whole country. How stupid would that look like? But the point is, you don't have to go talking to a deaf person because just because una masikio si kumaanisha usikia. There are people who cannot hear, yet they have ears. And I'm so sorry the way this thing is. Find dead bodies on the streets because, God forbid, this Justice Mugambi, when his security was withdrawn, and then we get to realize this guy is normal. Who would be to blame? Would Masengeli say I'm not liable for his whatever? What was the need of, after getting that sentence, you withdraw the security? It doesn't make any sense. So we should just look at eyes. And I think the problem we have as Kenyans is some of these bad things happen. We just get nani stima. As in guys are just like, what is it's really happening? Like, are you serious? Like, it shouldn't be normal. They went to Australia, they were kicked out. Like, literally everything came to a standstill. Ilibaki ni zi, you cannot do anything. Somebody dies and you're just like, ay, aje. So the only thing we have, the only freedom we have in Kenya is these X spaces. That's the only thing. And it's from this that we need to actually revolve and now get a better platform on how we can get to take it to the next level. So tunaweza kuja hapa manze, tupige kelele, tujiexpress. KD apige kelele yake yote, aliyebaka na kifua, yani baka ibakini. You're saying all your heart, but unless there's any form of progression going on, hata hao mabloggers wa Gavasa hii, to be honest, I think wamelala, because walifika mahali wakasema, unajua nini, vijana wanakuja kwa media, kwa spaces, wanapiga kelele, they just talk the whole night. Wengine walianza spaces za kukatiana, some talk about sex, as in there's just all kind of, so they're like, watafika tu mahali wanyamaze. So when somebody says let's do something on Thursday, like, take it as a matter of life, one way or the other we will die, but the question is, are you going to die on your knees, or are you going to die standing because you're uoga na ndio uoga kupandiwa? If you don't go on the streets, they'll still come for you in the house, so I think my point is, I'm a young professional. I love technology, but I'm not an IT expert. We need to think of mechanisms on how we can actually evolve to get off this platform that has been so much invaded that you cannot be able to have any strategy going on. And that way, you can sit down and even just not think about it. We can have the guys who are so much elite in so many other ways talk about politics. How do we counter this government? How do we make Kenya a better place? How can we raise money without involving these people who are not in for us, because it should be for us, by us, and towards one direction. But sahi kama naongea hivi, even if I'm making sense and somebody has been paid to take the notes, guess what? By the time you get to morning, or rather you get to Thursday in the morning, everything is taken down. They know, wamesema wanakuja na njia ya left, watakuja hivi, ladies will be first or second, they're starting mandamano 6 o'clock, they'll plant their whatever, their barriers by 4 a.m. So when you get out there, the enemy already has you counted. So you're on check. They have you on check on everything you do. So if you're an IT specialist, if you're someone who knows what you do, we say we are young, we are learned, we are everything. Let's prove it. Let's show we can. We say we want change. You gotta get out. Like, you really have to get out there and say, hey, you know what? I'm tired of being in this country for XYZ number of years. It's not working for me. You just have to get the guts up and say it's now or never. But for me, I think the most vital part is kuna plan A, voting, plan B, maandamano, which is the epitome of everything. There needs to be another confidential way of just getting to strategize. Strategize. Because now take for instance, how many guys are in this space right now? I'm sure we're not even 1,000. But the other 50-something million Kenyans are asleep. So even if you discuss on how to make Kenya the next best country in the world, it's only a bunch of people who know. If you say you're going to the streets, it's only a bunch of people who know. The other guys are asleep. But if you had a good network of how you can actually get to communicate, now it becomes easy, because I'll wake up. This guy spoke about A, B, C, and D. You can now have a breakdown. Space ikiisha imeisha. How many of us have ever even had a playback on a space? None. Let's not say I have. Nobody. When it started, maybe. Right now, utaongea, ukimaliza kuongea, leave the space and you go do your thing. So I love you all. You're the only reason I'm here, and the only way I can be valid to you is to make sure you're safe. That is all I have. You're everything that I have. Even if Kenya burns to the ground, the only thing I will say I own is you, my brother, my sister, even if we were not born of the same mom. As long as we cry towards having the same goal, that is the only asset I have in Kenya as a Kenyan. Everything else, even if I have stacks of land, tuko na gold, tuko na maji, tuko na samaki zilikaunti on 1.6 million, all of them will come to pass. But the only reason that makes me cry and bleed, the only reason I would go to the streets and say, we want justice, is you. And the only reason you should actually do that is because of me. If I have that mindset, if I have the reason to think that KOT is here, so the little I have, I should share with him, because it brings 10, 4, 5, 20 of us together. That is all I have. And I think that is what now shapes us into being a nation. It's a family. We start small and then grow into being something that makes sense. Me nikiuliza nasema Kenya needs someone to talk to them, but Kenya does not have somebody who can speak to them. Instead, Kenya has someone who wants to be listened to. So there's a difference between kuongelesha watu na kusikizwa. You know, you guys can be listening to me right now, which is very wrong. But if you're having a conversation, that means we are actually walking the same path. The government wants to be listened to. It does not speak to its people. That's why sometimes, even if you're watching TV and something comes on about the government, you either listen to get the wrong in them or you just mute. Because it's just going to make you more mad. You know, so I think there are young guys here who are smart in IT and can think of apps and programs on how we can just have good channels of communicating stuff that is very confidential. Help these guys who are the frontliners, the Muraras, the KOTs, the Eric Omondis, and everyone who has goodwill. You know, let's all just think of how do we strengthen ourselves, because the only way you're strong is if I'm on your side. Hata mzazi wako, you know, let's not start saying madhe walituangusha, madhe wazee hawa. On that note, if I could just mention something that is very, very crucial. We said occupy churches, and it's a very, very good example. The time we occupied churches, wase walihepa church wote, hatujui walienda wapi. The moment we stopped occupying churches, what happened? They went back to church. Now, who goes to church mostly in Kenya? It's the old people. And why do we keep on complaining and saying that the old people are the reason why we have a bad government? We are the ones to blame. We don't go to church. If you don't go to church, they occupy. When they occupy, they actually have these numbers because all these older people have a good connection with. And for me, it calls for those people who say, oh, religion is not very important. No, it's you who makes religion less important because you disconnected yourself from the church. Ukatoka huko, mashetani zikaenda huko. So we need to sanitize everything. You know, we need good pastors, we need good priests, we need good leaders, we need a good president, we need a good everything. Daktari, watu wote ni wa corrupt wote. Like when you say drain the swamp, maze si gava peke yake. Hata walimu kuna walimu ni wabaya. Mbona strike ya walimu iliisha? There's someone who got compromised. Let's be honest. Agriculture, kuna mtu alikompromiziwa. Watu sijui anasema sijui hospitali sijui UK sijui ya nini. Someone got some compromise somewhere. So it's a very, very long fight. We shouldn't just look at it from the perspective of that Ruto must go. Ruto will go, yes. But even your next door neighbor, kama unajua jirani uza mihadarati, you have to get on their neck. In that way, you can rest well the day you die saying, I know my kin will have a bright future in the country, Kenya. I beg to leave it at that. Thanks for everyone. Just remember, you're everything I have in my life. You are all I have. Without you, Kenya is useless to me. Kenya is you and I. Thank you.
Hey, KD, you know, you confuse me sometimes because sometimes I feel like bitching you out. Sometimes I feel like loving you. Hey, I don't even know where. You're right. This country is ours to fight for, and it's up to us to decide how we do it. So, guys, Thursday we said that we're going to be showing up in the streets. If you're showing up, please show up. If you're not showing up, then please allow somebody like myself or KD or somebody else to come and help you fight that fight in other ways, however we can. And if you are that other person, then please know that we have a responsibility. Just because we're not there physically does not mean that we are not going to be helping in this fight. So thank you very much, KD. I don't even know what to say. I'm just going to go straight to Rashji as we come to an end, as we come to a closing. If you want to speak, please get the mic now, because otherwise after Rashji, I will be going to Mabonga for the anthems. But Rashji, hi.
Hi, Binti. I raised my hand because my friend KD, you know, KD is the kind of guy, when you listen to, you feel the love for your country. And he's quite an interesting character. A guy that we've engaged one-on-one. I don't know him personally, but tumekuwa tukiongea, but he's an individual, but mwenye anapenda nchi yake. And as a person who is back at home, I really thank you. I thank you people in the diaspora for those. It's not easy to be concerned with your country. Not very few people do that. Yeah. Very few people do that, get concerned from where they've come from. Because at the end of the day, this is your home. You've just gone there, but this is your home. But when home things are not working out and need to be fixed, you guys are proving to be a force to reckon. And I really thank you. I thank you, KD. KD has an amazing ideas. And I wanted to insist on what KD has said. Huh? And he has said it different. He has ashainiambia another different platform that it's not everything that's supposed to be thrown here. And today I saw Morara say there is an office. Somebody had volunteered also from the diaspora. Imagine somebody a volunteer office, a very big house that can have several offices. If you guys can reach, because I want to believe we are all heading the same direction. All of us, whatever is paining everybody in this nation, na kila mtu andaka hii nation ni heal, we all have one love for this country. And I believe we are in the same ship. Forget about the distractions huku na huku. So, KD ameongea kuhusu strategy. Yeah? Na ameongea kuhusu technology. Watu wa technology cannot come to this space and pour everything that is meant to counter William Ruto. So we need to move beyond hapa. And some of us wale wenye wamekuwa lucky enough, wamekuwa supported the way Morara has received support, those offices can be found there. Kenyans who are sharp in terms of technology, they can meet there because si kila kitu tutaongea hapa. And I'm telling you, as somebody who has been with these people when they craft those political parties, these guys, when it comes to defending themselves, they are ready to break banks. So ujue kama ni kununuliwa, people have not been bought already. Watu wamenunuliwa but bado pesa ijamwago, pesa itakuja kumwago. So we should be ahead of time. We should be very ahead of time. Sasa vitu zingine wanakuwa, unaona kama sasa siku hizi wanakuja wanasema, in fact there is a guy who was telling me, ile platform yenyu ya Jaba, ile platform yenyu ya Jaba, let them call it that way, but let us not lose the focus. Very importantly, ni hiyo strategy yenye KD amesema. There are things we will not pour here. Hatutamwaga hapa. Let those experts, let those generals, they can meet somewhere. And most important, the only people who can protect those people, those offices, the support we are giving KOT and everything. Remember, KOT cannot be protected by any other person. And this is an area Kenyans are failing. Wakati mmoja wetu anakujiwa, na sisi tunachukua business as usual. It should not be like that. And that's why we are insisting this maandamano. Hii maneno ya kupea William Ruto maandamano ya siku moja, and then wanasema wakina Masengeli wanaenda wanamuupdate, hawa watoto wamesumbua tu mpaka saa 6 wakarudi nyumbani. No. We can give these guys a revolution yenye wataishi wakikumbuka. Why is it hard to make a daily? To make this thing a daily affair. We amuka oga, unarudi soko. Yani ni kuoga. Let people say you don't have anything to do. And KD has said it very well. Hii group inajiita middle class. Middle class. If you want to stay permanent in that middle class, people are aiming. There are people who love this nation very much. They don't even belong to any class. Babu Mungu akiwasaidia wana aim kutoka waende. This being comfort, unakaa. You are the same people who are being called by politicians in town to issue press conferences. Ati biashara sijui zimefanya nini. People have businesses. But why would you enjoy a business you are struggling? Umenielewa? Una struggle kulipa kodi zenye zinaibiwa. Umenielewa? si goons wanataka hizo pesa. Yani the whole the country is in a mess, in a cartel like. Haujui unalipa nani, kuna kodi tu mingi fani zinatozwa hizi town. Why don't you allow your country to go on a standstill hata kama itaenda 2 weeks? Do you think William Ruto akipata maandamano ya wiki ama ya mwezi mzima atakaa hapo? William Ruto is a stooge and a puppet of the West. And the West have an interest in this country. When we say enough is enough, in terms of going to the street and making it and the government and all its activity, we put this state, we're not putting it in anarchy. Let those who are phrasing it as anarchy, ni shauri yao. We don't want those cosmetic talks. We are making everything to go on a standstill, the way we did it during the finance bill. Believe me, William Ruto will receive 2-3 calls and he will be out. Kwa sababu kuna watu wako na stakes in this country. You know them. And to rectify that mess and to get rid of those puppets that still control the country, we have to get rid of William Ruto. William Ruto si yeye peke yake, ako na chain ya watu huku nyuma. So there are people who can tell him, hey boss, hey, a lot is at stake. Itabidi umeondokea. So this fear yenye wengi wetu wameuziwa na wakakubali kuinunua. I can promise you, if it is dying, if it is blood, it has to come with a cost. And that is the cost of freedom. Mtu mwingine asikudanganye. There is no way, Wakina Rex died knowing very well they were fighting for the country. So it is time we evolved. It is time we employed technology. And we have to remember as we continue talking, William Ruto strategizes every day. William Ruto hires. You remember Kamago. You've seen how Kamago has done to very many nations. Compromising of election. This time, as much as we are insisting to be given IDs and all that, our primary goal, we should not allow William Ruto to take us to the next election. I'm just trying to imagine a combination of Ruto and Raila. Now Ruto has fraudulently won the election, and Raila is giving a press conference somewhere saying that the elections were free and fair. We don't have a country here. We need to go back to the drawing board. Let us listen to our forefathers and our grandfathers who shed blood for this country and finally liberated the country before it was taken over again by other chains. So let us get one final liberation that will combo us from all the nonsense we are seeing. And KD has said, if we allow Adani, na hiyo ni kitu tumesema, if William Ruto gets away with Adani, hiyo tu moja. In fact, we can have 2 points in this Kenya. Ruto must go and Adani. If we win these two, believe me, we would have sent a very heavy and big statement to this government. Hata hakuna kitu moja itaiguzwa. Tukikomboa tu JKIA, believe me, William Ruto na ama politicians wengine, because what William Ruto is trying to do, he's simply trying the narrative that he introduced during the election, that there was a dynasty and the hustler, and he belonged to the hustler. It is William Ruto is trying to transition into the dynasty that have looted the country for all those years since independence. Yeye anataka kuachieve hiyo yote na 10 years. Yeye na group yake. So Adani is not coming into the country. Adani is just a proxy. But the owner and the biggest shareholder is William Ruto. So William Ruto akimaliza miaka yake 10, atakuwa na tu vitu tu wenye ana control tu huku. He will be the biggest shareholder. Amekimbia kwa power, ako huku kwa transport, ako huku, atakuwa kwa kila sectors. So let us not allow Adani to go. If we will die with Adani, let us go. Wacha hata kama tutapeleka kila mtu kwa airport. Somebody has said ilikuwa tu 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and the statement yenye ili send to the entire world. Hata afadhali hiyo losses ikuwe ni kila siku. lakini tukomboe assets zetu zenye zinapangwa kuuzwa ambazo ni mingi sana. These guys are receiving kickbacks from Asians, from Arabs wenye wananunua hizi assets on a daily basis huku. Kuna watu tu wanaambiwa na promisio hii tutakupea. Our country is being auctioned by these guys. And these guys have money. Wakati vitu zitaharibika, watoto wao, unajua watoto wao wasomei huku. And that's why we are saying, when we finish with the revolution, any governor should be put on notice. These governors, these female governors that they think they can play the gender card. You want to play the gender card with Kenyans. Unatumwa hapo to steal on behalf of Raila and others. And that's why I'm saying these political parties, the political parties in Kenya are just vehicles. Gladys kwa wanga mwenye alikuwa nakaa kama mama mzuri nini. Look what he's doing in Homa Bay. Total looting, following the footsteps of Waiguru and others. We have women of integrity in this Kenya that can lead. Let us get rid of impunity, mediocrity, na hii nonsense yote. And we can only do that in the street. So anybody who is in the street and is ready, let him get empowered. Empower kina KOT, empower everybody who is for the empower everybody who is for the out. Come out as a doctor. I'm just trying to imagine a situation in this country where teachers are out, doctors are out, lecturers are out, everybody is out. We are many. Do you think William Ruto at a last up for 24 hours? Because the country is not his and his cronies. Wataondoka. But because of our fear, because of our fears, let us not, I'm praying to God, let them not use fear. Let them not use fear to slow down or or use fear not to make us achieve our main goal of getting William Ruto out of power. Thank you.
Where okay, Rashji, you know there's people that don't want to speak afterwards, so I'm just gonna go straight up to the next person. Let me go to Moiru first, then I'll go to KD, then I'll go to Winter Brian, then Toria, then Tapiwan or something. Sorry. So Rashji, thank you. I don't want to distract you. So Moiru, hi.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of wanted to piggyback on what Rashji is saying. I mean, honestly, let me just say through listening to these spaces, I've realized that this generation is wise, and we are what we need. We need you in office. So I took it upon myself this past week, where I was just listening into spaces to write down how to get Ruto out of office, and I based it on the Constitution. And number one, the main one, is do an uprising where the citizens with the sovereign power fire him, which is what we will achieve with protesting. Number two is either he resigns, 3 if he gets impeached, 4 if he dies, 5 is through election. We already know he's not going to resign. We have to get him out. We have to literally evict him and throw him out to the street. We already know he's not going to get impeached because we have I don't want to resort to profanity today, but we already know the situation we're in terms of parliament. So impeachment, out of question. Death, I don't mind if it happens. I am 100% praying it does, but never mind. I'm not advocating for anything because this is a recorded space. I don't want this to end up being used against me. 5 is election. So the uprising will work because we have made it and put it out there in the universe that this man will not let him get to 2027. We need him out of office. He needs to go now. So after we get him out, we also need to realize that, okay, the election, we have to also start also working on that. I mean, we have 1,084 days to go till 2027. So with that said, we already know what we need, and we have multiple reasons to be in the streets in regards to this issue. Like, we have to go to the streets to demand IDs, but we still need people to register. We need to go on the streets because we need the IEBC up and running. We need to go on the streets because he's killing people and abducting people. We need to go to the streets because of all the massacres, and also because of this Adani deal. Because the Adani deal has opened our eyes big time. And I see ESQ is in this space. If he can come up here and talk about this Public Participation Act, where all these people basically came together and schemed an act that helps them steal money through deals like this Adani deal. So, I mean, if he's willing to speak, I would love for him to speak because I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to get into it. I was in a space where Degwa elaborated this, and we even had a full court there, and we went over this Public Participation Act, and this is the basis to which they're filing their lawsuits, because in itself, it's illegal how they have used this act to basically circumvent the Constitution. To where in this act, honestly, they have only mentioned public participation once. So in this sense, Adani is literally covered. It's literally covered, and basically place themselves in a position where they're not liable for anything and they can get away with doing anything they want to do. So we have to stop them, and like I said, we have to put our foot down to where any of these major money laundering corporations that want to work with this Kenyan government, which ultimately, in my opinion, Ruto is part of Adani. I mean, we only need to hire a private investigator. We'll get that information ASAP. He is Adani. I mean, come on, there's no way he's not. But anyway, so we have enough reasons to go out on the streets on that day. And I agree. On social media that we all know, we have multiple reasons what we're doing. I have taken it upon myself when I'm in spaces now. I'm writing down names of people who I listen to speak here on space that honestly I want you to be in part of the government, because I have declared that we're going to remove him and we'll occupy 100%. I said I'm not tolerating any reason or rationale. Fear and faith do not exist in the same space. I'm operating from a place of faith. We are going to get him out. And I hope there are people here listening so they can communicate that to him, because evil has never won. We already know he's a person who is a killer, he's a thief, he's a liar. We already know his wife is the same. We already know all these people, all of them. We are going to get rid of them because evil will never win. And we will not tolerate a situation where we're going to sit here in fear because we're scared of them. No. They are a very small percentage. Just the numbers itself. The young people, we have 47 million of you. You can handle these people. We can handle them. We can, 100%. I am not going to entertain a proposition or anybody telling me today that we'll have Ruto in office in 2027. It is not going to happen. We'll have to get rid of him. And then after we get rid of him, we prosecute him. And I hope it's a hanging in the street in front of people. So we all see, because if he has the guts to shoot young people in the streets, I don't think he deserves to be handled with any form of dignity. No. So like I said, after we get him out, while we're doing this and going on the streets, we already know what we need to do. We need him out of office. And then after we get him out of office, all of you here need to start organizing yourself. We are 47 million of us, young people, and anybody who wants to be a part of this movement. And we know what we need. We need 47 governors, 47 deputy governors, we need 47 senators, we need 290 MPs, 47 women reps, and 1450 MCAs. I even summed it up for us. That is 1,920 people we need to recruit in the process of this and vet. If you've been in the military, you already know. When you have a mission, you have a target, you identify the target, you study your target, you strategize, you rally your troops, then you execute. If you fail at any point, you go back to the drawing board, you follow the same system. To accomplish. So we still need to be rallying our troops in the process. So we know We are 47 million of us. We need to identify 1,928 people amongst us who we want to be leaders. In the process of protesting, we've already been identified leaders here. There's a few people who stand out to me. In this space in general, I see Ras G here, I see Kivutha. So we need to start identifying them. Me, I'll be writing your name down and I'll be calling you out because to me, you're a leader. I don't want to listen to these idiots who don't deserve a platform, who are called leaders, but they're not. They're criminals. So, I mean, a lot of things, like I say, we're doing is really working. And we're seeing even the IMF is responding. I read somewhere that they're sending a group to go and audit what is happening to Kenya with all the money they're giving. I read somewhere that the global intelligence is frozen Adani money, and they've publicly made that kind of an announcement. So everything we're doing is working. It's injecting and it's working. So yeah, that is all I have to say. Like every single day we're here, let's remember we need 1,928 people. And we have 1,084 days to go to 2027 election. So let's not forget that, but let's hit the streets.
Moira, before you leave, you said 1,928 people and how many days?
We need 1,928 people. This is not mentioning the president or the deputy president, which I feel like that has already been said. But we have 1,000 and I believe 84 days to the election.
Thank you so much. 1,084 days. So guys, hey, why are we slacking? What's going on? Why are we slacking? What? Okay, so before I even go to the next person, guys, Mabonga is here. He's with us. Lakini, he needs our support. We can't just be on this space talking about these things without us supporting him. So that number there, 0710452543, it will bring him up Mabonga. Please, whatever you can, just support him so that he's able to give us a platform where we can now come and discuss all these things as one, as a unity. So, Taria, by the way, before I go to anybody else, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, fellow co-host. How you doing?
I'm fucking offended, tired. Yeah.
Vilena Fa, by the way, Vilena Fa. But I'll come to you next. Moiri, thank you so much for that. You're right. Like we've got to get things going and moving. As of now, we start on Thursday. Thursday, we are hitting the streets. So if you're in Kenya, please hit the streets. If you're not in Kenya, support whoever's going to hit the streets, and we will let's move as one unity, like one. Can I say that? Let's move as one unionized thing. Yes, yeah. So KD, I saw your hand was up, so I'll come to you because I feel like you're maybe going to reply to Rasji and Mweru, and then I'll come to our new speakers after that, if that's okay. KD, hi.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what the two guys have said, and it just hit my mind. First of all, just know I appreciate every one of you, regardless of how big or small your effort is. It means a lot. Every little thing you do counts. Even just sparing that moment that you're not sleeping and being on this space. You are a leader in your own way. So don't look at yourself in any way like you're not of any essence or a list of a community. Just know you count in every other way. All right. And let it not never get to you that you are not of any essence to anyone at all. Now, having said that, I would like to just make a challenge. And for one reason, think of Kenya from this perspective. How can I make Kenya better? Let's stop talking about William Ruto. Let's think of how do we make Kenya habitable? How do we make our country better? What are the things we need to do? Going to the streets is one, contribution is one, sharing and brainstorming is another one. Like with the right mindset and the right points, I think Ruto is the least of our concern. We spend so much time in emotions every time this name is mentioned that sometimes you realize you have very many points, very many good points you'd want to articulate they just fizzle off because you get a little bit irritated. And probably now with the small groups that you're talking about, the confidentiality and having things that we share on the side, we can now have the point taking of saying, okay, we need to have a demonstration. We need to go out on the streets. Then you can share, what do we need? We need A, B, C, and D, Maji, phones, flags, A, B, C, and D. And that way now you have a system going towards, when we say we have a 1,000+ number of days before the next elections, we need to set a goal and say, by the 500th day, we need to have done A, B, C, and D. We hold ourselves accountable as well. But if we spend so much time talking about this guy has to go, this guy has to go, and he has to go now, and we're not doing anything, we'll be caught pants down. So as much as we have all these emotions and rage in us, let us have this question of how do we make our country a better place? But one of the best examples I can give is, for instance, we went and occupied churches and we sanitized churches. We left the churches, they went back to that system. So if I could paint that in the other departments, we'll go and sanitize the airport. They will leave the airport. Then once we stop talking about the airport, guess what happens? They will go back to the same system again. So it just calls for us to be so much attentive and work on every other department and sector in the country, such that this fight will not only be fought for this regime, but you'll take it upon yourself, the way Maury is saying, you have to read the bills. If you don't read the bills, you'll be like, okay, well, when was this passed? It's just because you let them do everything by themselves, If you leave them to handle the energy, they'll do everything they want by themselves. When you say you're not going to take charge in, I saw Murkomen is building new stadiums. You're like, how did this even get to happen? It's because we never got to play a role. And it just got me thinking of, I should be asking myself and get to ask my fellow Kenyan, how do I make this country a better place? And we can discuss on that direction. Then on that line, now you get to have pointers and say, this is what we need. No, corruption is bad. So so and so is okay. It is very corrupt. So we have to give this guy in charge. No, this IG is breaking the law. So we have to think of getting someone who's going to be, or we need a law that's going to pass A, B, C, and D. Corruption is so bad in Kenya. So we need to make it a capital punishment, stuff like that. Other than being on these spaces the whole night and out of the rage and anger, anguish, emotions, and every other daring spirit you have in you, you realize we just give some people jobs because they so call themselves bloggers, yet all they do is just collect information for the what? For the system we have in power that calls itself government. I don't know if that makes sense, and if it doesn't, just rubbish it off. But I think it's a good way to just sensitize each other on thinking positively than thinking of it like we are hopeless. I'm sure this guy will go. Come rain, come shine, he's going to go. But we have the house in us. Even after he's gone, we'll get back and say, oh, we had these pointers and this is where we need to start. No, this is not a good way to start. We can do A, B, C, and D. Thank you.
But there you're right. You're right. We need to start. First of all, it's not just thinking positively. I feel like sometimes if you believe in spirituality or whatever you put out into the universe, the power of the tongue or whatever you call it, whatever you put into the universe is what's gonna happen. So let's start speaking positively and start saying, this is gonna happen, this is not gonna happen. Ruto's going, but then Ruto, guys, did you know that Ruto left last week? Like, did you hear that? Or was I just going crazy by myself? Let's start putting out that energy to the world, because as the more we do it, the more we speak those proclamations, may I say, to ourselves, the more it might actually happen. And let's take action behind them. So let's not just speak and just speak for no reason. So let's just actually put actions behind our words. Toria, hi, are you okay? Can you hear?
Hey, Binti bana, I've been here since morning ama nilini hata sijui. But I want to say this, I don't know if I'm taking people back, but there was someone who came in and said that as far as we're pushing these movements, we can't continue to be leaderless or those sort of things. And he suggested we go negotiate like Please, guys, don't have that in mind. Everyone has seen until today that Ruto is it's not kind of person that you go sit down and negotiate with, but instead he will do what the vice versa of what you are asking him to do. So ukikuja hapa kusema ati streets hatuwezi shinda streets, no. Streets iko na kazi yake, space iko na kazi yake, whatever, kila party iko na kazi yake. As long as Ruto must go, our aim ni Ruto must go. Na Ruto akienda, when we mean Ruto must go, it's the whole swarm. Like, we want to drain it totally. We want to get rid of like hiyo trash. Ni trash tu, ni takataka tunafaa tutupe. So usikuja hapa kusema ati tunafaa tukae chini na gava. We passed that. Kama wakutusikiza tangu siku ya kwanza venye walikuja wakaambiwa na KOT, you set a thief to catch a thief, hawange reason out, basi sahisi ati ndo watatusikiza. In fact, they are beyond redemption. Hawawezi tusikiza. They'll keep pushing and do the negative thing yenye hatutaki. So guys, Thursday, I'm very, very ready for Thursday. Binti, are you ready? Thank you, Binti.
I am, I think, too ready. I feel like I'm too ready. First of all, I actually arranged my clothes last night. I have my clothes set up. I have my shoes set up. I have my sport shoes, trainers, whatever you want to call them. They're already there. They're waiting for me to just enter them and hit the streets. So, okay, so Kim001 and Felix were your, Felix, Felix, I see you there with your hands up. Can I just go to Winter Brian first and then I'll come to you guys afterwards?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
100%, 100%.
Okay. So I'm a comrade from the University of Nairobi na mi nimekuja tu kuongezea hasira. Mambo huku UN haendi fiti. Alafu I hope nyote mnaelewa Kiswahili ya macomrade huku. So like mi kitu ya kwanza ningependa tu address ni police brutality. Watu wakitushika kwa street wanatufanyia mbaya. Kuna siku hata tumekuwa na Sonko hapo Chester House kutoka hivi. Chenye tulipatana nao kwa njia azini. Mimi naona kama kuna venye tu tunaweza address. Shida kubwa tuko nao sasa ni police brutality. Ama polisi chenye wanafanyia watu wakiwashika usitake ona. Huko hata kupeleka koti, na pia ukipelekwa koti utafikishwa na injuries zingine mbaya. Alafu hii ni funding model sasa, like mimi nilingia huku 2020, so like niko 5th year mimi sasa inalipa 26,000 for a whole year. Mtu ameadmitiwa juzi first year 10 times analipa 10 times that. Hizo funding model hiyo yote ni crap. Alafu lecturer wetu leo anatuambia ati hiyo committee mpya ati Ruto anasema ameform ni kurusha tu watu ndani. Watu wengine hadi hawakuwa wanajua amechaguliwa kwa hiyo kitu, wanarushwa tu. Hiyo ni kuwaste pesa, na pesa yenyewe hata angetumia kuturushia kwa help nao ndio hiyo ingine. Help haitoki. Mimi naambia hii nchi hapa hatuna nchi. Mzee alafu ameamua tu, ni kama ameamua tu asisome tena. Anataka tu kila mtu akuwa ni educated ndio aweze kucontrol watu vizuri juu. Hiyo funding model I make sense. School fees hakuna venye inaweza ongezeka like 10 times. Sasa hii mtu anaingia first year analipa 260,000. Accommodation ya hostel. Mtu aliingia 2019 alikuwa analipa 6,000. Sasa analipa 40,000 a whole year. Kuna vitu zingine tu make sense huku. Mess nao ndio hiyo. Mess siku hizi kila kitu ni kulipa na eCitizen. Kidogo ati eCitizen tena ni kampuni ya Ruto. Zinaingia ameamua kuokota pesa huko kila pahali. Binti, that's all from me.
Sorry, Winterpan, sorry. I was trying to get to my mic, but I couldn't. Kwani, sasa wewe, Adi, you finished without warning. You don't tell us that you're finishing.
I am done.
Felix, bado uko ama uko? Okay, Felix.
Niko nini
Oh,
network yangu
uko.
inasumbua.
Sawa sawa,
Niko
tuongeleshe basi. Tuongeleshe basi.
Anaweza sikika? Am I
Kabisa.
clear? Oh, okay. Thank you, the host and the co-host who have organized this space this time. Now, okay, I can say that maybe this is the first time I'm talking on space, but I follow them so much, and I do hear what's going on spaces. And the good thing is that these things are all about the good of our country. And there are so many routes in this country that people should look and just imagine. And to me, according to me, there's this one reason why I have been wanting to appear on space. By good luck today, I got this chance to talk. I want to talk to the youth of this country. We managed with protests to bring the finance bill down. Those who attended, those who did not attend, those who contributed in one way or the other. It was the coming together of all the youth of this country. Sakayo did after the finance bill was down, after reshuffling the cabinet, recycling the dirty people back to government. Alienda katafuta Rao, Rao atamuokoa. After Rao akaenda huko Mabei, akaona bado wako na ground. Sasa hizi sasa amerudi huko, anaanza tena kumanipulate vitu. Ndio hiyo masengeli mnaona saa hizi penye inakaa. So the youth of this country, there are so much that we can do, and there are so much, so we could have been far if we got the right leaders in office. This fight is not just Ruto. This fight is not just Raila. This fight is how we judge our votes, how if we are given votes, how we see those votes. Kwa sababu this is the time, labda utaona mtu anasema nilikuwa nataka gavana wangu aende na women rep na president. Hizo zingine nimegawagawa. Those are very common sentiments in the mouths of Kenyans. And so this is my message. I know those people who have talked back there, umesema kuna street, kuna space, everything. But there is this one area that is untapped. Huh? You know, we encourage each other on space, but we don't know. Maybe ni mimi mwenye nimekuja space leo, kesho nitaenda space, the following day jana nilikuwa space. So it is repetitive. Let's have a strategy ya kufanya civic education, serious civic education to people who are not on the space. Sana watu wako mashinani. Juu wao ndio Ruto akipop up kichwa yake kwa gari hivi, wameshamwagika kwa barabara, wanasema mtu wetu sijui mtukufu rais. Okay. Since these things started, I have been going back to myself several times, and even just watching the Citizen TV live. Saa hizi huwezi open hata ukireplay news yenye imepita. Ni news, bad news after bad news after bad news. Mara county imeibiwa pesa, mara Ruto amespend pesa ya county, mara like leo imekuwa sijui mama amechomekewa mtoto Jenga. University students walikuwa kwa maandamano huko, mlikuwa mnaona penye wanachapwa. News zingine sijui, like kila siku news ni zile vitu negative. And hata wewe saizi mwenye unasema uko Germany, uko Qatar, unafanya nini? Look at your news. Kaa na hao wazungu wenye mnafanya na wao kazi kwa ofisi. Angalia news ya Kenya, angalia news ya nchi nyingine, maybe ya India, ya German. Mkae chini kwa ofisi na mwanze kucompare news. They are all speaking English. English is common. Kila mtu anaweza elewa English. Alafu atakujaji based on that news. Hata wewe saizi ukiwa nje ya country, lakini you can trace your roots back to Kenya. Anywhere in Africa, fight this fight. You have to fight it. So there is this untapped area that I think we people we must look at. Mimi, I've been going to soko. I started the last 2 Sundays I've been to Kitengela. Hapo kwa stage. Kwa wale wenye wanajua Kitengela iko wapi. Hapo kwa stage. And I have been shouting like a pastor with the Bible preaching the gospel when wanasemanga ati pastor and preach the gospel. And I've been doing it. The first day I did it alone. Hiyo Sunday ilipita. Tena leo. Na mimi naongea na mdomo yangu na naongea na watu wenye wako hapo kwa ground. Wengine wanakuja wananiangalia, wengine wananiona kama kichaa, but I'm speaking all these things. The truth is we need to do a total overhaul of this system. Juu hata Ruto alipromise people anakuja kuchange vitu. Bado tunaona Raila ako somewhere there, Gachagua wako hapo, wale leaders wa kitambo, civil servants wa kitambo. Alafu najua hii nchi, nataka niwaeleze kitu. Kuna venye civil servants wenye wanafanya kazi kwa gava, wanajionanga wako layer ingine yenye iko somehow higher than layer ya wananchi wa kawaida wako. Saizi stima inaweza wazimia ile respond utapata bro, utasema nimejibiwa na labda mzungu ama nimejibiwa na mtu sio Mkenya wangu wa kawaida. Like, look at what these people are telling us. Business, wanataka business ikuwe local. Wanataka magari na mapikipiki zichajiwe. Mjiulize, hii magari na mapikipiki zinachajiwa na stima inatoka wapi? Kama this is 21st century na stima ya kuchaji simu, stima ya kuwasha bulb kwa nyumba, stima ya kuchaji laptop zako, ndio bado is a challenge to Kenya Power. Na sasa tuseme a half of our locomotives, a half of our road vessels zinachajiwa. Juu huko US nimefanya research, kuna hata matrela transit zenye zinachajiwa, zinatumia battery. Let's ask ourselves, if today Kenyans were to make that step, a half of our road vessels, gari zote za Kenya, a half of them ni za stima, alafu ziko huku mtaani zinachajiwa, alafu stima ipotee maybe for 10 hours, 15 hours. Kesha asubuhi wenye walikuwa wanataka kuenda town wamebaki na magari, wanajiuliza stima ilipotea, betri yangu iko hapa. Watu wa pikipiki ndio hao. Like these things, these people latest nyo ya kuuzia ndani mambo ya stima. Saa hizi wanataka kuuza airport. This is 21st century and our forefathers fought foreigners. Wazungu, Wahindi, wa China. The previous government tuliona wa China waliingia na SGR yao, na saa hizi tena kuna expressway na hiyo kitu wanaita private civil motherfucker partnership. Hii ingine saa hizi Ruto naye amekuja tu open. Amekuja tu open, anataka kuuza airport, because tell me you guys when mko hapa 200 what is it 200 billion ya Kenya inataka kujenga airport, alafu naye wakae kwa airport hapo watulishe mafi yao for 30 years. Mtawachia watoto wetu wenye wanakuja wataanza kugrow, waanze kuonanga Wahindi airport, watasema airport inakuanga ya Wahindi, kwa sababu India is just a country like Kenya. Not that wenye Wahindi wameprogress sana, ni venye it's a capitalist country, kuna wenye wametengeneza do. So Kenya itakuwa watatoa Wahindi wale wenye wanateseka huko, wataleta hapa, wataanza kufagia. And because it is a deal and it was signed, hata wewe saa hizo ukuwe president, you cannot overturn that, kwa sababu wanasema mlisha sign na hii ndio maneno inaendelea. Let us tell the people all these things. Unajua saizi watu wa media wanaongea kwa Kizungu, wengine wanaongea kwa Kiswahili, alafu ile model yenye wanatengeneza nayo news, tunafaa sisi ma Gen Z na ma millennials na watu wenye wanaelewa hizi vitu tuzi model tena, then to fix, tuende kwa masoko, tuende kwa makanisa, tuende kwa everywhere, mapub everywhere, tuanze kusema hizi vitu ndio watu waelewe. Today nilikuwa somewhere around the same Kitengela. There was a business I went to do in Kitengela. That's my private. Now kuna mahali nilifika hapo kwa magazeti nikaona vijana wanaanza kusema oh, Masengeli sijui Martha Koome pia kuna shida. Niliambia alikuwa ni kijana na kamzee mwingine hapo Kamasai, na niliwaambia shida sio Martha Koome, shida sio Masengeli, shida sio hizi vitu zote zimetokana na kura zetu. Na nikaambia au majamaa, kura yako kama unaweza chukua kura yako na uangalie kura yako kutoka kwa MCA from the top mpaka juu kwa president. Angalia MCA, enda usome MCA anakufanyia kazi gani. Enda usome manifesto ya mtu. Kwanza anapata role ya MCA ni gani na ni gani na ni gani. Ama ni mtu mwenye anakuja tu anapopa hapo serikali imetunyanyasa, serikali inafaa kupunguza tax. Like you should differentiate politicians from leaders. A leader is somebody who is going for the real problem. He has got the vision na hata anaona future. After amesolve hiyo problem, ataona future venye hiyo life itaimprove. Lakini msielect tu watu wenye wanasema muende shule. Saizi yes, hii generation yetu, mimi nilienda shule. Nilifanya ile yenye nilimanage kufanya, sijapata kazi mpaka sasa. And there are so many of us. Wenye walikuwa wanatuambia tuende shule by that time, saizi wao wameingia, wanapeleka wengine shule. These people should tell us if there's 100% transition from ECD ama nursery school to primary ama grade 1 hizo motherfucker CBC. Kutoka kwa CBC unaenda sijui kwa junior 100%. Mkitoka kwa hiyo 100% mnaenda tena 100% university. University tena mkitoka hapo 100% mna tena mkifika job market tena ni 100%. Si ati mkianza kufika university mnaanza kuchanganywa na vitu kama funding model. Somebody should tell us why education ya governor inawekwa kwa CDF, ya women rep inawekwa, and that's the reason why you see some of these motherfucker governors are selling us crabs. Latest mliona Wavinya Ndeti venye alipa pesa akaenda, alafu akirudi utasikia amerudi na kitu kama 50 million, anaanza kugawa hapo Machakos, alafu wananchi wana clap hapo governor anafanya kazi. But the chunk, a lot of the money alishaenda akaficha. These leaders know that this country is falling. Number one, their children are not in this country. They have their grandsons and their cousins and daughters. Na kama wako on another level. Governor wa Siaya mwenye alienda, the first thing yenye alifanya kama anatoka, alienda akachukua pesa ya county, akajengea kila mtu kwa hiyo familia yao nyumba mzuri, yani bungalow, sio nyumba tu za kawaida. Akaenda akanunua mashamba, fields zenye zilikuwa watu walikuwa wanachungia ng'ombe, akaenda akanunua zote na akaweka miwa. Akaenda akachukua ile shamba ilikuwa inaitwa Dominion huko chini huko what's it called, Ratuo. Akaenda akauzia muhindi anaitwa Rai. Saizi hizo area zote zenye zilikuwa zinalima mchele saizi ni miwa. Na ni collision between governor na huyo business. Like we should throw away all these people wenye hawajui kazi yao. Kazi yao ni kuandika deals na watu wanafanya biashara. Kuandika deals na watu. So namalizia, lakini mimi nikimalizia najaribu kusema hivi. Hizi vitu sio vitu za kuweka kwa TikTok saa peke yake, kusema ati unaweka Facebook peke yake, sijui unasema unaweka space peke yake. Tutoke tuanze kuhit ground. Mahali popote penye umeona watu wamesanyika, jifanye chizi, jifanye drama. At least hii Sunday yenye inakuja, nataka tuanze kuona kama tuna trend. Mimi bado hii Sunday bado nitapatikana huko, na nitaenda Kitengela na nitaongelelea vitu zenye naongelelea, na nitajaribu kuongea na huyo mama mboga mwenye Ruto aliomba kura na mtu wa bodaboda wa chini. Wasikie juu hata hii religion yenye unaona wanatuuzia saa hii ati religion. Look at right now what Odero is doing in Nairobi County. Hizo pesa zimetoka wapi? Na hizo pesa zinafaa zijenge nini? This guy is having a logistics. Kufanya transport, kufanya hizo marketing ya hiyo crusade yake mpaka aende site za Isinya huko. Sijui mara zingine zinaenda mpaka Machakos na ni zile container refu. Look how much is this man spending? Anaenda ana spend time kwenda kuelezea watu mambo ya Biblia. Na hata Mungu aliumba dunia akasema watu wafanye kazi mara 5 ama mara 6. Siku moja tu ndiye aliweka ya maombi. Lakini sasa hivi hapa kuja Nairobi, in fact look at Nairobi itself. I stay somewhere called Pipeline. Mahali hata ikifika jioni saa 10 huwezi piga simu kwa barabara. Mnakaa watu wako ndani ya tunnels. Watu walienda wakanyakua shamba, wakarefusha nyumba. Latest I saw president and governor wake anasema watu wapeleke nyumba 30, 50 kwenda juu. Are we dogs? Are we dogs in 21st century? People, we should start doing all this civic education. Civic education ndio itafanya wale watu walikuwa wanaambatana na Wavinya Ndeki, hiyo motherfucking woman, ati anakuja sijui ametoka US, ati opponent wake walikuwa wanasema ameenda kuficha pesa wapi. Those people, they will be transformed kama tumeanza kufanya a serious civic education. Sasa ukiangalia hii space, tuko watu wachache, na wenye tuko leo ndio tutakuwa kesho na tutakuwa kesho kutwa. Na hizi vitu labda wanaona kwa TikTok tu, wanasema let us start confronting. How comes mtu anaweza kuja na Biblia? Watu hawajui mali ametoka, watu hawajui ameanza kupreach hapo kwa soko. Sijui Yesu alifanya, Yohana aliandika, sijui kitabu ya nini, kelele kwa soko. Na yenye inafanyika hata hapa Nairobi. Nairobi kuna zingine huwezi lala usiku. Kuna tu makanisa zingine wanatakanga tu waombe 24 hours, 24/7. Sunday waliomba, sijui mara Monday wanalala, Tuesday wako na kesha. All those things. Hizi ni cult. Na ndio maana unaona Wakenya wako na stress. Wanaanza kuamini mwanasiasa leo. Mwanasiasa anawapeleka, anachana na mwanasiasa. Anaanza kuingia kwa kanisa. Anaomba, anaona hii kanisa ni mbaya. Aende kwa ingine. Mapastors pia wameanza kumodel Christianity in such a way that unaombewa, unashikwa kichwa, unasema kwa lineage yenu kuna mtu anafaa, wewe ndio ulifaa kuendesha gari na kutafutia sijui vitu kama nyota zako. Usikia all those motherfuckers, na kutafutia nyota yako. Wewe pia umepiga hapo magoti, ati pasa naenda kukutafutia nyota yako. Unaacha kufanya kazi, ati nyota yako sijui mahali wapi. Nakwambia hiyo kazi yenyewe unafanya sio nyota yako. Unaachana na kazi. Utaanza kufuatana na pastor. At the end of the day, utaona huyu pastor pia, nimeomba kwa hii kanisa 5 years na sioni hizi nyota. Sasa hapo ndio kufundisha, akakuachanisha, hujapata kazi. Ukaanza kufuatanisha wanasiasa, kumbe unafuatana na wao, hata wanakuja ni sisi ni Wameru, sisi ni Wajaluo. Wakishafika huko wao ni wezi. Utapata Meru amecollude na Mjaluo, na hata Mkale wakaiba pesa kwa parastatal. Hapo sasa kuna tribe. Hapo sasa tribe ni moja ya hata saizi kuna wengine wameanza kuingiza artificial intelligence. People, we should think twice. So let's think all these things bwana. Sasa mwanasiasa pia ndio yeye amekuacha hapo, umeingia kwa pastor na kuombea 5 years, hakuna change kwa maisha yako, umegive up. Makenzi ndio yeye anakuambia mimi nakupeleka kwa Yesu direct, ufa njaa. So mimi namalizia, lakini mimi ninawaomba mtu yote mwenye ako kwa space, msishinde kwa space. Kitu yote yenye unaweza fanya, mimi hata Sunday, Mungu akinijalia, this coming Sunday, ukienda hapo Kitengela, nitatoka mahali natoka na fare yangu, na nitavaa nguo zangu, na nitachota maji kwa nyumba yangu, na nitaenda huko. Msifikirie ati kuna mtu atakuja kukomboa hii nchi. This is another way of colonizing tena Africa. Juu Afrika, wazungu maguka wetu, our grandfathers chased these wazungu away. Kuna leaders wenye wanasema tuende sasa kwa wazungu wenyewe. Mtu ana sign deal ya Wakenya kwenda kufanya kazi Germany. How are these wazungu? How are these Wahindi? How are these wa Chinese? Why can't our leaders make proposals, reasonable proposals wenye wakikuja kwa table wanasema country Kenya is a utasikia kama gold imeua mtu huko kwetu huko Migori ama Siaya. Mtu alikuwa anachimba gold akafunikwa na hiyo mchanga. Wakati hii gold inawacha airport inaenda, hakuna haifanyiwa declaration kama gold. Like they are undeclared. Wakati mzungu ameshaoshwa gold, ndio utaona kwa news mzungu alioshwa gold. Shida ni mjiulize, hii gold inatokanga wapi? The other time mliona gari ya hiyo chemical ya kuosha gold ilianguka. Hiyo story iliishia hapo. Hata ikifanya investigation wangapi walikutana na hiyo chemical, iliishia hapo. Juu watu walianza ku question, where is this material to wash gold is going to, and where was it coming from? So a lot of things are happening. Sisi tumelala, tunaomba, tunafanya vitu vingine. Mtu anatudanganya ati anaomba na sisi. Ikifika usiku, jamaa ana sign deals na wazungu, ana sign deals na Wachina. And this is the African problem. I know, and if we have this fight, Kenya ikifight, if he fight, ikipata the right way ya kufanya hii fight, na I win, Africans wote tutachange. Because we gold imeleta ama natural resources imetuletea percentage fulani ya kwa nini, kwa account ya serikali inakuanga taxes, hizo alliances na deni. Unasikia ni deni tu ndio inakuanga inaingiza pesa za hapo Central Bank na labda hizi taxes zetu. So wanachukua deni, wanajifanya wanaleta kwa projects, alafu wanachukua tax, wanajifanya wanaenda kulipa nayo deni, and in that whole confusion unasikia pesa za Kenya zimepotea. Hii airport yenye mnaona
Why are you arresting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power. People's power. People's power. When we lose our fear, no more killing. No more killing.
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka nirudishia kila mtu mali yake times 4.